Just press that little oval.
Yeah.
I swear I'm gonna have to do something.
I know, it's weird.
Yeah.
How
I just tapped it, so it came on. My green light is on the whole time.
Forgot all about that.
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call the regular meeting for the Bedford County School Board for September the 8th, 2022 to order. Unfortunately, Dr. Bergen is ill, and he will not be joining us, and in his place, or seating in his seat, is Mr. Randy Hagler, our Chief Financial Officer. Ms. Johnson, will you please call the roll?
Mrs. Kirby?
Here.
Mr. Hill?
Here.
Mr. Daniels?
Here.
Mrs. Hairston?
Here.
Mr. Holbrook?
Here.
Dr. Mealy?
Here.
Mr. Nelms?
Here.
Madam Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you, ma'am. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Have a motion by Mr. Hill. Do I have a second? Second. Second by her, Dr. Mealy first. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Approval carries. Do I have a motion to go into closed session?
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we go into closed session pursuant to Code of Virginia 2.2-3711A1 to discuss the assignment, appointment, performance, disciplining, and release of contract for specific school board employees, including the evaluation of the superintendent as provided in his contract of employment and any other contracted employees.
I have a motion by Mr. Hill. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Hairston. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? We're in closed session.
just goes back so far, I'm afraid I'm gonna fall over.
Hopefully that did it. Push it in and then twist it.
The push in, oh, push it in. Push it in, I go down. I'm trying to turn it. Do you?
I
Okay,
don't know
well,
which way though.
no, it leans.
See,
It
jack button,
leans.
don't press that.
Ms. Johnson, will you certify the closed meeting, please?
That helped.
Chair, you need a vote to come out of closed session.
I'm sorry.
You need a
Oh,
vote to
I'm
come out
sorry.
of closed session.
What's not on here? It's not on my paper. Okay, well, we are now out of closed session. Now, Ms. Johnson, will you certify the meeting? Or closed session?
Whereas the Bedford County School Board has convened a closed meeting on this date pursuant to an affirmative recorded vote and in accordance with the provisions of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act, and whereas Section 2.2-3712D of the Code of Virginia requires a certification by this school board that such closed meeting was conducted in conformity with Virginia law. Now therefore be it resolved that the Bedford County School Board hereby certifies that, to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements by Virginia law were discussed in the closed meeting to which the certification applies, and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered.
Yes.
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 Thank you very much. Moving on to Staff Report 3.01, SBAR data. Dr. Dewis.
Thank you. The student behaviors and administrative responses data set is one that is required by the State Department of Education to be made each year to report student behavior. This report replaces the Discipline, Crime, and Violence report, which we have been doing annually for a long, long time. And the change was made at the state level over a period of years and finally kicked in last year so that to really emphasize the impact that student behavior has on the school environment, to raise awareness of both the behavior, its impact on others, and also the needs the students have, both victims and if there are victims, and also the students responsible. And it really, because most incidents at school are not crimes, and I think the state just kind of rebranded that as an effort to rethink how that's reported. So. The system requires that any discipline incident that happens at school that we report is categorized into one of 6 categories. Those that impede academic progress, those that affect school operations, those that related to relationships between students or students and staff. Then they ratchet up a little bit to those of a safety concern, and then those that endanger self or others, and then the very highest level are those persistently dangerous behaviors. So for example, those behaviors that impede academic progress might include things like disrupting class, whereas school operations might include dress code violations or vandalism. Relationship behaviors might be things like name calling or using a slur, or maybe even some levels of bullying. Behaviors that present a safety concern might include things like tobacco or alcohol use, fighting at a certain level, bus distractions that might make it dangerous for the driver to pay attention. Some weapons offenses go in this category. And then behaviors that endanger self or others would include really serious things like assault, drug offenses, other weapon offenses. And then the persistently dangerous are those that are required by federal law to be reported out, and those would include things like sexual assault or highest level weapons offenses, or homicide, robbery, drug distribution, those things that are both violent and have a big impact on others. So for us, last year, this is what we reported. to the state. We had this number of incidents in each of those categories, and that involved that number of kids for those incidents. One of the things I'll say here is that these are big numbers. You know, and anytime you're getting into the hundreds and thousands of behaviors that you don't want to see, you know, it's substantial. And one of the one of the things we discovered as we were pulling all this information together at the end of the year is that we think some of these incidents were double reported, in that the way a fight is supposed to be reported is as one incident. But there might be 2 or 3 students involved in that. The Discipline, Crime, and Violence report required us to put 3 different entries in, and I think some schools were still in the habit of doing that. We caught some of that, and we think we addressed it, and certainly that's part of our ongoing training. So this is a baseline number for us. We don't really have anything to compare this to in previous years because it's the first year of the report. But I will say, when you do the numbers of about 8,900 kids times 180 school days, this works out to an average of like less than 0.25% of our students involved in an incident on a given day. So the numbers are big, but when you kind of look at it that way, it kind of plays out in that manner. So in total, and because some incidents also covered different categories, so, you know, for example, a fight might also involve a threat. And so those are 2 different codes that go into that incident. When you boil it all down, these incidents, about 7,500 of them, involved 1,600 students. So there were 1,600 of our kids who were involved in at least one incident through the course of the year. That could range from a class disruption to a bus referral to a fight or something more serious. And in all of those cases, students are meeting with an administrator, they're being held accountable, they're having to answer for themselves and explain themselves, parents are contacted in each of those incidents. And in many of them, 17% suspension was used, an out-of-school suspension was used as a consequence. So, when you look at that in total, 4.3% of our students had 1 suspension or more during the school year. 45% of the time, our schools were using in-school suspension or an alternative to suspension program. So what that means is they were assigned to come to school, but to be in a much more locked down environment where they didn't have privileges, they didn't have their cell phone available, they were still held accountable, restricted movement, somebody monitoring them closely, making sure they're doing their work. Because many times on out-of-school suspensions, those things aren't happening. I think in some families, an out-of-school suspension is a wake-up call and it happens once and that's the last time it happens. But then there are other times where students are finding themselves getting suspended on multiple occasions and it's really not working. And so having them more accountable at school and to answer to people every day through the day, we're hoping allows for more accountability on their part. And in all other incidents, so about another third of them, there was some other strategy used by an administrator to hold them accountable. That might mean just taking away a privilege, calling home, or to having changing a schedule, something like that, keeping kids from coming to extracurricular activities, things like that, would be a consequence appropriate to what they did. So when looking at all those numbers, just some takeaways that we've had in analyzing all of this is that, over almost 96% of our students didn't have a suspension last year. They stayed in school and only missed, when they were sick or had some other reason to be out, but they weren't because we asked them not to come. We had regular use of our alternative to suspension programs, and about 3 times more often than we did out-of-school suspension programs. And again, I think that was school staff feeling as though they could hold kids even more accountable for their work and for their behavior when they're monitoring them and on them, throughout a day. We've also seen those alternative to suspension programs and having students at school also highlights the fact that our intervention design specialists and on-site outpatient counselors who work for Horizon can work directly with kids in those settings. And so there's a ready place for kids who need that work. And they did a lot of that work over the course of the year. We've also seen that there's really an importance of regular school level tracking of incidents. So in the school, analyzing, well, what kind of offenses are happening here? What kind of incidents are happening? How often? Where are they happening? What can we do about them? Is what we're doing effective? And really analyzing that and studying that through the year. So we're looking at it at a big level at an annual basis, but really on a school level on a regular basis. That's really important to do. We're working with our principals for training. We did that this summer with them so that they talk to one another and it can be consistent in how they apply the code of student conduct and how they code different incidents that happen so that they can be consistent. And we know that we need to continue that training. It's always ongoing for both the administrators and the administrative assistants who are helping do that coding. And so I wanted just to make sure you had all that information as we reported it to the state this year, and certainly can answer any questions that you may have.
Any questions for Dr. Dewitt, Ms. Harrison?
Thank you, Dr. Dewis. First, let me just make a comment. And for some of you, I'm sure you're probably going to say, well, we knew you were going to say this, Georgia. But I have to really applaud the intervention specialist program and those individuals who work and to support our students. Everybody knows that I certainly am a strong advocate for that program. I know that it works, and I think we have some evidence here to see that it has been very beneficial. So kudos to everyone who has supported the program and who work in that role. I do have a question regarding our middle and our high schools. So do we have an in-school suspension program at all of our middle schools and all of our high schools?
We do, and in some instances that's in addition to an alternative to suspension program that they've also set up. Yeah, in every one of them it's in addition to. Yeah, okay.
Okay, fantastic. I'd like to ask if I could have a breakdown in each zone of this data. I'd like to see, the breakdown in each zone. So our Liberty Zone, our Forest Zone, and the Stanton River Zone in terms of the discipline information here. I'd like to just kind of see those different areas there.
I'll see how that's reported. That may be readily available.
Okay.
And if it's not, and I'll certainly let you know, and we can figure out a way to answer any questions you have. But
okay.
And can I interject for just a second?
Sure.
Would you be fine if Dr. Dewis just sent us all an email with the updated information?
Absolutely, Madam Chairman.
I'll check and see how it's reported and whether how we can pull it that way.
Okay.
So,
thank you.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I have.
Do you have any further questions? Okay, Mr. Hill.
In addition to that report, Dr. Dewis, if you could add, breaking it down by primary, secondary, and really I'd like it by elementary, middle, high, just to see how that data breaks out. And when I look at this data, I want to make sure I understand it, because you said there's 1,636 students. So when I look at your column on page 4 of 7, there's a lot more than 1,636 students. So does that mean that each student could possibly have multiple categories?
So there's 1,600 individual students who had at least one referral. And as you can see from that number, some of them had more than one. So that's why that column adds up to more than that.
Okay. Sorry. And you said that parents were notified of 100% of these.
That's the standard protocol in any instance, is to involve the parent when there's any kind of behavior that needs improving.
Okay. And then when sent to the alternative program, whether it's in school or here at this site, do we have a percentage of those that had additional issues reported? So I know multiple students, multiple issues, but I'm interested to know, out of the ones that worked with the ones at the school,
Right.
did we have another issue where it eventually turned into having to come here?
So how did those work? In other words, were those effective in?
Yeah, and I'm not
So-
questioning the effectiveness
Yeah.
because I've seen it. I mean, I absolutely think the ones that are in school and we can
Right.
keep students in school, that's great.
Right.
I'm just trying to understand the data.
Okay.
So if
I-
we've
I
got
don't-
those
I
programs.
don't know if we do. I'll certainly look at that and see
Okay.
if that's something we can pull out. I'm not sure, but I'll look more carefully.
All right, and then I asked you about elementary, middle, and high. My last question is around so we've made a commitment to our teachers to make sure that any issues can be taken out of the classroom and their focus should be on educating our kids. So would we say that after the first issue, are we putting them right back in the classroom, or are we truly using the in-house alternative to say, not acceptable, won't be tolerated? And if we do give that message, you know, I'm interested to, and if you don't have the data this year, it's something that's going to interest me to know, what are we fixing? So we made a commitment to teachers to make sure we took that out of the classroom, and so I just want to make sure they're not sending them to the office and they're coming right back for them to have to deal with the issue all over again. So.
Yeah, and certainly responding to behavior is a responsibility of everybody in that building. So teachers have a crucial role in setting those expectations and nipping those things before they get, they.
Absolutely agree, but on the third, fourth, fifth, sixth time.
And then, of
yeah.
course, there are progressive consequences that happen, so.
Yep, that's all I have, Ms. Kerr.
Daniels?
Well, Mrs. Hairston and Mr. Hill stole some of my questions, but that's good. We got them answered. I guess the only thing I would just add to that is, you know, just operating on a guess here, but I would reason that we would see an improvement in the numbers this year, only because every student and every teacher can see each other's face, and there's something to be said about how it humanizes you and be able to interact with someone like that. So I'm just wondering, coming out of, you know, the 2 years that we've dealt with and having a normal year, if that's going to have a more positive impact. Being in the school so far, it seems like that's something that I've seen. I've noticed that, well, when we all are in schools, seems to be an airiness, a lightness about it. So anyway, that was just a comment.
It's a good one, and I think anecdotally, we could all say that with the number of students we had who were out of school for one reason or another, both when schools were shut down for that spring and then many were virtual for the next year, and there was a little forgetting about school routines and expectations and,
Right.
and how to work together in a classroom, and we may see some of that reflected here. So this will be a good baseline year to really
Sure.
to hold those numbers and compare them going forward. So we certainly hope to see improvements.
Anyone else? Hey, Dr. Dewis, I'm sorry to keep putting you on the spot, but I do have a couple of questions myself. You mentioned something, because I'm looking at the data. You mentioned something about the double report. That's kind of concerning to me, because if you have double reporting when you shouldn't have it, this is faulty data.
Right.
So this isn't reliable. And you said you're doing training for this. How soon will that become effective, and how soon can we have a guideline for everyone countywide to keep it even in every zone on how to do this properly?
Yeah, and I don't know that we'd say it's faulty. I think there are some because many incidents are one kid doing something they shouldn't and going in. So I think there's some degree of it in there, and that's what the point I was trying to make. The double coding also includes the fact that some incidents, you know, were categorized in more than one of those offense categories, and so some schools routinely would label a behavior as covering 3 different codes, and others would pick the main one, you know, and kind of stick with that. That's the kind of thing that we did training on, to try to say, let's don't go overboard, but let's be thorough, you know, let's try to find that way of just of doing that consistently. And so we did a pretty extensive training of that in the summer going into this year for our administrators, and we also continue to work with our secretarial staff, many of whom do a lot of that entry, so that they know the right questions to ask and can catch things if they don't appear right before they go in, so.
Well, I guess then, one thing I would, the ones that have spoken have said something they would like to see. I would like to know, like, which ones of these do fall in, a number of incidents that do fall in multiple categories. Because to me, I'm looking at, okay, so we have number of incidents, period, that's it. Not the fact that it could be operations, safety concern, and potentially dangerous, one event being logged into 3 different categories.
Right. Yeah.
So if there's some way in the future, and I know this is our pilot program, that's why I would like to try to iron out things before. If, like in parentheses, after you have the academic progress line, somehow designate which ones, how many were reported in multiple categories. Does that make sense to everyone?
Yep.
Because to me, if I'm looking at this,
Right.
and you're seeing number of incidents, well, if you add these numbers up, that's a pretty high number.
It is.
But if you, like I said, if you have one incident in 3 different categories, then that cuts the number by 1/3.
Right. Yep.
So if we could have some type of designation there.
Okay.
And again, I worked criminal law too, so if you excuse my reference here for lack of better words, I would also like to see a column for the number of repeat offenders, the number of students who have done this more than, if it's a one-time offense, okay, yeah, you made a mistake. But I'd like to know how many have been in multiple incidents.
Right.
Multiple meaning 3 or more.
Right. So by zone, by level, repeat offenders, and then trying to clean up true number of incidents
Right.
versus the multiple coding, so we can
Right.
see both.
Yeah, and if we have some indication, because
Right.
again, like I said, looking, it could be 3 different categories from one incident.
Yes, it could.
So that, to me, then this is kind of, you have one fight breakout, it sounds a lot better than you have 3 different offenses.
Yep, I understand.
Okay? Any more questions for Dr. Dewis?
I would just like to say that, having served as principal, I certainly think one of the points that you made, Dr. Dewis, in terms of the training and helping the principals understand the coding aspect of it.
Right.
Because oftentimes, we do kind of double code.
Right.
So that training, that professional development is very crucial. It's important. I was happy to hear that.
Madam Chairman. Yeah, Dr. Dewis, because I think there are many times as a principal when you might have a fight break out, that's also becomes a disruption to the learning environment.
Right.
So it becomes a decision of, which one do I choose, which you really don't want to choose because you want to say there was a fight, and the consequence was it also impacted the learning environment, and that's important to know. Now, I don't know if there's still a text box there that can be, the incident can really be
There is, and there are
recorded well.
ways to designate primary offense and others, so we'll continue to look at that, and because I think, as your questions indicate, the more specific we can get with showing that information, the more it helps us get better, so.
And I think you'd be looking more at true data. Anything else? Thank you very much, Dr. Dewis. And while you're there, let's go ahead and do the enrollment update.
Right. We're in a year that follows some strange years regarding school enrollment and the impact of the COVID state policies and the availability of virtual school and all of those things. So we were very interested to see how we'd start this year with our enrollment. And just in context, what we've seen over the last 5 years is a decline in our enrollment of about 7,000 students, 700 students, I'm sorry, from about 9,500 in 17-18 to 8,804 reported last fall. And that had been a pretty steady decline, and you can see in the year 2020, between the spring and fall of that year, That was our largest drop, and that was when school looked the most different from how it had been before. Our projected enrollment for this year was to have, based on that trend and birth rates and other factors, was to have 8,787 kids, 87. And we reported that last November. Mr. Blankenship does that each year to kind of help us plan moving forward. What we have seen as of the 6th, earlier this week, is that we had 8,909. So you can see that's an increase of about 120 kids or so from what we projected, and an increase from where we ended last year as well. Breaking that down a little bit more, there are those who worry, I think, that when the overall school population goes up or down, that affects class sizes in some way. So we just wanted to report to you what we were seeing this year as far as class sizes go in the first couple of weeks. Our elementary classes are averaging 19 to a class. Our middle school core classes, those core subject areas, are averaging 23, and our high school classes are averaging 21. That compares to the standards of quality, state requirements. The maximum class sizes are listed here. Kindergarten can't be bigger than 29. They want you to have an 8 in the classroom when you're at 24. So you can see we're well below that on average. In grades 1 to 3, the highest is 30, 4 to 6, the highest is 35. We're well under that, and even under that average that the state asks you to have. And the only secondary requirement that's there is that English classes be average across the district at 24. And as you can see, all our classes average under that. And we work to make sure we're meeting that requirement. So just some takeaways from that information. You know, we have 120 or so more kids than we projected, and that has some revenue implications because there's state funding associated with each kid we have. So if that number stays steady, there'll be some additional state revenue that we didn't plan for coming in. And of course, some of that is used to hire teachers in areas where there are more students than we forecast. Sometimes those students are spread out across schools and grade levels, and so it doesn't necessarily require a teacher, but in some instances it has. Our kindergarten enrollment is less than projected, and it's not unlike what the grades 1, 2, 3 numbers are. It's in that range, but it is lower than what we projected. But the kids who are coming in are in grades 8 to 12. Those grade levels are higher than we projected. And so the other thing I'll note, just as a takeaway, is that about a third of our students who left us, who went to homeschooling as an option from March 2020, when the shutdown happened, through the end of last school year, so anytime during that year and a half or so period of pandemic education, about a third of them have returned. And so we're seeing them as active enrolled students right now. So they came back at some point. Some of them came back last year, but some have returned this year as well. So I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have. And again, if I can't answer them or we don't have answers, we can certainly get back to you.
Madam Chairman.
Yes, Dr. Mealy.
Thank you for that presentation, Dr. Dewis. Do we still have the reduction in class size? I can't exactly remember the name of it, grant for K through 2, I believe.
Those funds come in every year that incentivize us in our schools that are basically our Title I qualifying schools to meet a certain class size level. We pay
still
attention,
have it.
we get those funds and we pay attention to that and meet that and report on that every year.
The elementary classes, you're saying that the average class size is 19. How many classes do we have above that average? I mean, we never want to shoot for the SOQ because it's so large usually compared to what we're used to. So how many actual classes do we have that are above what we're saying here, elementary 19, middle 23, and high 21?
I don't know that I have that number tonight. I didn't count exactly the number. We just went through and averaged them, but they do range. There are some 13 and 14. There are some, into the 20s.
Right,
so.
I'm mostly concerned about ones that might have 23 and 24, especially in your lower grade levels like K1 and 2.
Right.
Can you get us that information and share it with the board?
I think that we can. Yeah, I think we have been looking at that and can.
Okay.
Can do that.
In secondary English, you say the average is 24. I mean, this is going way back in my educational career, but isn't there some sort of code or regulation that says we can't go over 24 in a high school English class?
No, I think the SOQ says an average, and
The average has to be
Yes.
24?
Mhm.
Okay. I couldn't remember. Okay, if you can get us that information and share it with the other board members, that would be great. Thank you.
If I could add, our staffing standards right now are K3 is 21 to 1, fourth and fifth is 22 to 1. So it's actually coming in below that, which is what you would expect because of averaging, and we round up. So we're coming below those numbers despite that, but those are our current staffing standards, that the class sizes, that's where it breaks down on that.
So Randy, I need to understand that on that number. You're saying our average for K3 is 21 and 4 and 5 is 22?
We staff that way. It doesn't
That's what
mean
we
that
had
there
budgeted.
could be a class higher than that, but we take the total enrollment and then we calculate how much staff to give to a school, and we'll look at those grade levels and what we project, and then we do the calculation on how much staff to give to schools, and then we look at what's actually coming in, and then we'll adjust if they have more coming in.
So like, for example, if I've got a third grade class with 26 in it, doesn't mean I'm going to get an additional teacher,
No, sir. Not necessarily.
but we set the standard at 21.
That's how we staff the whole school. It's up to the principal to maneuver there. The kids don't come in nice, even packages. That means you could have a class. So some of these classes have 13 and 14 in them because the principal decided to put two teachers at a grade level that had 26, and it breaks down. So there's no guarantee that all classes will be low. That's not how the staffing standards are written. That can be changed in the budget, but it will have implications on how much staff we hire. The staffing standards is an allocation methodology, and those can be looked at when we go through the budget, but we do a calculation, how many students, do a calculation, and then we assign teachers out.
So if we have grant funds that Dr. Mealy asked about for K through 2, and I understand they have to be at Title I schools, but are we taking advantage of those funds to make sure, I mean, I know we have certain grades that have 26 and 27 kids in there, and if I'm looking at this, are we going and asking for that grant money?
That money is state money. It's not federal money, and it's called the K3 class size reduction, kindergarten through third. And you have to certify in your enrollment, when we do our fall enrollment, that classes within those schools are not above a certain level. That means they're smaller. So if you look at the SOQ levels that the state has prescribed there, a lot of these schools say that they have to be 23 or less instead of 29 or less. We're meeting that across the board, so we're qualified to get that money, and HR and also the principals are aware of that. So if there had to be a class that was a little bit heavier, it's probably going to happen in fourth and fifth, and probably K through 3. So we meet that requirement.
The per pupil allotment per school and all of that has to be posted. It's a mandatory reporting category. So it is posted on the website. If you go to Students and Family and you go down to required reporting by school, there's the tab for every class is posted, and the averages per school are posted. So it's on there.
Harrison, then I'll get you Mr. Daniels.
Do we have any elementary schools that have 30 students in their class? 30 or more, 30, maybe 31?
Dr. Calvert has this.
To my knowledge, we do not have a 30. We have a 29. We actually have 7 classes elementary classes that are above 26.
Now, the data that you're looking at, is it within the last week, or? How recent is it?
It's the second week of school, third week.
Yeah, second, third week of school, the principals notify us when it goes higher than this. To my knowledge, no one,
You haven't been notified?
not of 30 yet. I have been notified it's a possibility.
Okay, okay. And so if a principal or a class gets to 30, then what steps are taken?
There is, well, we would meet as Dr. Woodford, myself, and Mr. Hegler meet. We look at the number, what's allocated to that school, what should be at that school. But depending on the grade level, it wouldn't necessarily mean that another staff member would be given. We would look at the overall number for the school. And we did that all summer long weekly.
Okay, all right. I would really like to have our most current data regarding the number of students, our class sizes in our elementary school. If I heard you correctly, you said the data, what you were sharing with us was the first 2 weeks.
It wasn't as of today. I have been notified by a principal that it's a possibility to get another student, but to my knowledge, that student has not enrolled
Okay.
yet.
And so if you could update, I don't know if other board members would like the information or not, but I certainly would like to have it.
You say it was on the website, broken down?
It is on the website,
Okay.
Families and Students tab. Then you go to mandatory reporting or reporting.
And that's current data? That's,
Well, we don't change it every day. It was, I put it up there Monday.
okay. So it could be a week.
Yes, but the data will change by numbers every single day. I mean, the numbers change. So I give you,
I'd like to have the number, I actually would like to have an update of the number of students in, if we have any elementary classes, K through 5, with 30 students or more in the class. That's what I would like to have, that
Okay.
information.
I will check with that one principal tomorrow and see if that student has enrolled.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions, Ms. Harrison?
No, no.
Mr. Daniels?
I understand that we're doing better than the state standards here, but 26 and 27 first graders can be pretty tough. I've been reached out to a couple times already about parents that have some concerns about that. In these schools, I know it's up to the principals, but maybe Dr. Woodford can answer as well, but what is the procedure for if there's a full-time aide in the classroom? How would they work that with, are they splitting off into smaller groups during certain portions of the class? I'm concerned with learning loss or a kid falling behind because they're not getting as much attention as a classroom with a smaller size.
And before she starts, I think if you look at the tab that's out there, you'll have an understanding, because a lot of times what happens is it's a singleton class, and other classes have been split into like 15 and 15 and 15 and 16, and then you'll have a singleton where you can't split everything.
Sure, yeah.
So you'll make those decisions.
That particular class I've actually been in, and they do have a full-time aide all day.
Yeah.
And so that's what they are working towards, is splitting and, the teacher, working with smaller groups.
Perfect.
Because we did give some additional staffing to that small school because we were asked not to do combination classes. They do have the ability, because their class sizes are so small in the other grade levels, to be able to put an aide in there all day long. So, we definitely have been looking at that. When we look at the numbers, it's about $500,000 if we were to add teachers to all of our classes that are kind of in that area. And the other issue, I'll just be quite frank, is it's really hard to find certified teachers right now. So even if we were to go out and try to find 7 certified teachers, in what we are seeing available, I think an aide with a really good head teacher may be a better scenario than what we're seeing, because they're just not out there. We have a teacher shortage.
And I think it's important for the parents if they have a concern about their child, to make sure that they're communicating with their teacher and saying, I'm seeing this at home, and I just wanted to bring it to your attention. I mean, that's the collaborative effort that you would want, and if
Right.
you're very proactive with that, the teachers can pick up on that, especially in the younger grades.
Right.
Thanks.
Mr. Hagler shared with us that if we, as a board, wanted to review the SOQs again, that we could certainly take a look at those again. I would really like to encourage the board as a whole to consider that we take another look at our SOQs and certainly get a better understanding, and maybe if we need to make some adjustments, we can. And that can certainly be something in the near future that we can look at for the upcoming school year. I can certainly say that having 25 or more students at the elementary level in one classroom is very, very difficult. It's very challenging. And I don't think we do our students, despite the fact that the teachers are working extra hard, we're not really doing our students justice in having a large classroom like that. And I certainly understand, you know, all the parameters, how difficult it is for us to find teachers. I get that, I certainly do. But I do think that it's important for us to take another look at it as a board. We owe that to our community to revisit our SOQs.
If I could add that the staffing standards, which you're referring to, is in our budget binder. It's online, and so if the board would like to look at that, that will feed into my budget projections next year as we go through the budget process. So if there's going to be any major changes to that, then when that would flow into what I'm doing on calculations, and then we'd have to budget that money into the future year that wasn't in this year, which, you know, those standards have changed over the years. They've gone up and down. You know, if you look all the way back to 2009 when the recession hit, they went up, and it was drastic. We had to cut a lot of personnel to get through that. So hopefully things continue to get better here, and we can keep on improving on that. So those are in the budget binder.
Mm-hmm. And when do you, I've drawn a complete blank, when do you give us those projections?
Projections for our, Mr. Blankenship will do once we do our fall filing with the state on our enrollment numbers. These are preliminary. He'll do a presentation, usually November, I think, maybe December, on what we're projecting on our enrollment. I take those numbers, plug them into our model, and then we say how much staff goes to each school, and then I can make adjustments to the budget. So simultaneously, we can look at those staffing standards and do some calculations on how much that's going to change an average cost of a teacher, and kind of extrapolate how much that's going to cost if you make changes to the staffing standards.
I'm thinking, of course, I think on us doing the month delay and working out in our meeting schedule. I would like to see this on the agenda to review our standards of quality again next month, because that will put us in October and have us a month to talk about them. Is everybody okay with that? Ms. Johnson, will you make sure that's on the agenda for next month, please? Dr. Mealy?
Yes, I just want to say that, I just want to make a comment, and having been a principal for a long time, when you look at these averages, and I understand what Mr. Hagler is saying, because I lived under it, that you have X amount of students, and you therefore do simple division, and you are assigned this many teaching positions. But you can very frequently end up with, say, a class that is too large. Maybe you have 31 or 32, so you have to split that class, which makes them then very small, which is going to impact another grade level, because you've got to take the teachers and put them where the classes are larger. But I think in light of our learning loss experienced by our students, and I think in light of the depressed SOL scores that we're seeing, I just don't think it's an issue of if we should do this, but that we have to do it. I think when you get classes and you say, well, you know, you're only allowed 22 teachers based on the total amount in the school, that really doesn't help that kindergarten teacher or that fifth grade teacher that has an overloaded class. So I think as we look at our staffing standards, we need to keep that in mind, because ultimately it would surprise me if there are not classes out there with more than the average that you see here because of that. I only get so many positions. I got to use my best judgment about where to put them, and therefore, you know, one class or even more can be larger. And that's when we really went to the combo class idea, but that really was such a disaster that we said we really just don't want to do that anymore. So I just think in light of what our teachers and our students have been through in the last 2 years, that we really need to think about that and make sure that classes are very close, at least, to those average sizes. That's how we're going to fix learning loss and help students achieve, not by saying, you know, well, it's an average. Yeah, this class does have 30 kids in it.
Madam Chair, based on that, I would like to ask the Budget Committee to come back with us on where to find $500,000 and to cut it from our current budget, and what the recommendation is to be able to supply those teachers if the board should decide to do that. But I think the first step should be at the Budget Committee for them to find $500,000 in our current budget to cut.
Well, I think we don't necessarily need to jump the bandwagon and look for $500,000.
That's what they told us it was going to cost.
I didn't hear any dollar figures. But what I was going to suggest and ask if we could possibly do, and I understand that we are in the middle of a teacher shortage, a national crisis. I understand that we have SAQs. I ran 6 years ago and 2 years ago on the platform of lowering class sizes, which I want to see done because I know that that is what's most beneficial to our children. However, I understand our extreme circumstances. I understand that we're hitting the reversion cutoff coming up soon. I understand that we're having difficulty hiring teachers. What I would like to see also too, if we do look at this when it's presented next month, if we could have a potential dollar figure, a projected dollar figure with that, but also at the possibility of lowering the SOQs for the number of aides in a classroom to help with the larger classrooms. I read in here that the aides for class sizes were like 1 and 2 per class size. Let's choose, bump those up a little bit, or lower, I should say, and have 2 or 3 aides in there to help that teacher and do a comparative cost there.
We can come up with several options for the board to consider. I will say, in managing the budget, that there are still COVID dollars available that could be used to do some of this for this current year. The caution there is that's not always going to be available. So if you make a change to the staffing standard long term, that is going to be local and state dollars, not COVID dollars. But in the immediate year, you do have some flexibility to use those ESSER funds if the board so chose.
But we've got to be cautious about that as well too, because that money's going to run out at the same time that we're going to have a lot of stuff hit that's going to really shake our budget.
I have a question.
Yes, Mr. Holbrook.
So if we were to hire the teachers, extra teachers or aides, would we have the room to separate these classes?
I
Not
think,
sure.
I think
Maybe in some scenarios.
in many buildings there's room. You know, we just have to kind of look case by case at that and see how space is used.
But will that space also be freed up too as we move further with the redistricting possibility?
All of that's interrelated down the road. That's
Well,
right.
and I guess what I'm saying too is with the redistricting that we're still looking at too, how would that possibly affect it? I mean, because that's going to come into what we're going to have to consider as far as our standards of quality. Is this a temporary situation, or will this be fixed by the reversion or by the redistricting?
Well, I think staff would still be allocated by the number of students in a school. So,
Exactly.
so if more students came to a school, they'd get more staff. If fewer students came to a school, they'd get less. So, you know, theoretically that would work out. But you know, each year you look at that number and apply that standard. class sizes shouldn't change a lot based on that shift of population. But I will say in larger schools, you see a much more even distribution of kids. It's in the smaller ones where sometimes there are the spikes because they just have, you know, fewer rooms to kind of average that class size out.
If those COVID funds are there, and that's what they're there to do, and we're concerned about learning loss in these bigger classes, and we could get the aides to help get these kids caught up. I think in the short term, that's what you want to do, is get them caught up. So when they advance to the next level, they're caught up to their peers. I think it's something we really need to consider, is using those funds now, and with the understanding they're not always going to be there. We get that, but our goal is to try to get these kids caught up now.
Any further questions or comments? Thank you, Dr. Dewis.
Thank you.
SOL data, Dr. Woodford, Dr. Trosper, Mr. Blankenship.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. Mr. Blankenship, Dr. Trosper, and I are looking forward to sharing some of the data they have been compiling related to the Standards of Learning test. But more importantly, what are we doing with that data? We acknowledge as a team that we have experienced some areas of decline that need to be addressed, but we also celebrate the hard work of our staff for the progress that has been made during this global pandemic. We've tried to provide an overview of the data in simple terms. You may know that there are two accountability processes, one that is state accountability and the second that is federal accountability. Calculations for each system are a little bit different. One system looks at aspects of teaching, for instance, performance by subgroups. The other system looks at growth data from one year of testing to the next year of testing for individual students and groups of students. So for the purposes of this presentation, we're going to be using raw data scores with no adjustments for growth. We believe the raw data reflects best the areas we need to focus on for continued improvement. Tonight, Mr. Blankenship will be sharing information regarding our SOL scores from the spring of 2022 compared to the state of Virginia scores for 2022, and also our spring 2022 scores compared to our own scores from 2021 and 2019. 2019, obviously pre-pandemic. As just a reminder, there was no SOL data, no SOL tests given in the spring of 2020, and so the scores for 2021 were not used for accreditation rankings. So we had 2 years of scores not used. After Mr. Blankenship presents the data, Dr. Trosper is going to describe all of the supports put in place at the division and school levels to improve instructional outcomes for this year and into the future.
So, as Dr. Woodford mentioned, on August 18th, well, I guess I'm driving the slide, huh? There we go. On August 18th, the state released a news release, which I have here, and the title was 2021-22 SOL results show continuing impact of school closures. So that is kind of what we modeled some of this data after, is the report that came out from the state. First of all, reading. We went by subject, so this is the first one, is reading. And as you can see there, the gap is 4 points for Bedford County, 5 points for the state. We are, actually, last school year was a pretty good year in terms of, if you compare to the state, we're 3 points higher than the state average in reading. Still below where we were before the pandemic. Writing is an area that is struggle not only in Virginia but here as well. And if you look there, we are 11 points, both Virginia and Bedford, below where we were pre-pandemic. Ours stayed pretty consistent over the 2021 to 2022. Still not where we want to be, but we are addressing that, and that'll come later on in the presentation. For math, that is probably one of the hardest ones to look at. We were at 83% before the pandemic and 70% now, which is 15 percentage points higher than we were last in 2021. So, but we're still 13 points lower than we were. And as you look there, we are below the state for 2022 by 3 points. Science, that one is also low. As you see, pre-pandemic or 2019, both the state and Virginia were at 81% pass rates. Both dipped quite a bit in 2021 and have recovered some. We're about at where the state is in terms of our 2022 pass rates, but it's still well below where we were in 2019. And history, pretty much the same thing. We were below the state average in 2019. Both dropped pretty much to very low 54, 52% there. And then we rebounded about 10 percentage points to 13 percentage points lower. What I would say in history in particular is that there's a lot less students taking history SOLs than years ago, because the state has put in some they've discontinued some SOL tests, and they've also, at the high school level, said that if you have already met your verified credit requirements, you do not have to take the SOL test. So some of that, if you look, and this is not broken down by level in terms of elementary, middle, high, but some of that is a lot less students taking the test. And the ones taking the test are sometimes the ones that have struggled and still need to take it for graduation purposes. So some of that history and science, I think, is skewed a little bit in terms of you've got a lot less students taking those tests. So just wanted to throw that in there. In terms of that data, it is basic pass rates. That's what was released by the state. There is a timeline that they release scores for different things, like for graduation rates and dropout rates. It's released at a certain time. This was on the next thing on the list. Preliminary accreditation and is what's out there now. It's going to be publicly released on September 22nd. But looking at what's there preliminarily, we see that all our schools would be accredited, and don't think that's going to change before the 22nd. Having said that, there's still some areas looking at those reports, and they are preliminary, but as we're looking at the reports, they calculated on either the current year or a 3-year average. And based on what I've said earlier about our pass rates being lower than what they used to be, we're moving along, adding in years of lower pass rates and getting rid of the 2018-19 scores that were pretty high. So our 3-year averages, if we don't improve and have some strong scores this coming year, there's some areas where we are potentially in trouble if we don't have a strong year this year. Also, Dr. Woodford said something about recovery and growth, and that is added into accreditation. Just simply, recovery is a student who failed the previous year, who we work with, remediate in our schools, and who pass the test the following year. I can report on that just looking at those, we've had about a 12 to 14% increase in the number of students who are passing as recovery students, so that's a good thing. We did have some more failures to work with, but those kids are doing better in terms of passing the following year. And on growth, we had a really large increase in the number of students showing growth. There's debate on that, but our growth numbers in math, we had 147 students that showed growth over the 2021 year, and the 2021-22 year, we had 627 students. So that's like a 320% increase in the number of students showing growth. And in reading, the number of students showing growth in 2020-2021 was 137, and that increased to 404. So we've got kids not only going from a failing score to a passing score with remediation help, but also students who, even though they still failed in 2022, they showed growth throughout the year. And that's based on the growth assessments that are given, which we've already given our first round for this fall, or we're finishing up right now. So good things in terms of overall pass rates, and those accreditation scores will be coming out soon. So I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Trosper at this time, or Dr. Woodford, I don't know, one of the two.
So Dr. Trosper is going to spend some time really talking about a lot of the supports in each subject area. I don't know, do you want him to start with just 4 minutes till dinner, or do you want to break here and us start with all of the supports when we...
It's not solely up to me. I'm fine with breaking and coming back and
He
picking
won't
up.
be able to get through it in 4 minutes
You want,
thoroughly.
yeah, I mean, I don't want anybody, this is too important to be rushed through. Thank you very much for mentioning that, Dr. Woodford. Is everybody in agreement with that? Okay. Then we will pick up with the remainder of the 3.03 at, during number 8, when we reconvene. Let's break for dinner.
right after the Pledge of Allegiance, or? Thank you. Okay, thank you. The online stopwatch. Yes. Couldn't do without a dose of Deidre. Tell me about the damn Bible. Sad thing is, most of the rest of them faded away, and this is all he has, you know?
Yeah.
Good evening, everybody. I'd like to reconvene the September 8th regular called school board meeting for Bedford County Public Schools. I stated earlier that unfortunately Dr. Bergen cannot be with us tonight due to illness. Mr. Hagler is up here in case we need guidance. And I'm going to ask that everyone in the audience please silence your cell phones if you have not already. And if you would, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. Mr. Edwards.
Tonight, we recognize two individuals for their stellar careers coaching our student athletes. Mr. Chris Watts for his time at Liberty High School, and Mr. Jed Zering for his time at Jefferson Forest High School. At this time, I'll turn it over to you, Madam Chair and Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards. Tonight, we recognize a man who has spent a large portion of his life shaping and guiding young men in the classroom and on the football field at Liberty High School. Chris Watts has spent the past 21 years as the head football coach. And his first year as head coach, he led the Minutemen to win the Region 3 championship and unbelievably to the state championship tournament. For those of us who lived in Bedford during that time, we remember the excitement generated for the Minutemen as they kept winning and advancing. The community support for the team grew. Liberty not only made it to the finals, they pulled off an unbelievable upset and came out the state champs, bringing home the trophy and the title. I can vividly remember the community rallying together, supporting the team, Coach Watts and all of his assistants. It was a very proud time for Liberty and the Bedford community. After that fairy tale season, Coach Watts further led the Minutemen to the Region 3 champs in 2005, regional winners-up in 2003, 2009, 2010, and 2018. District winners in 2004, 2005, and 2010, and made the playoffs in 2007, 2008, 2012, 2015, and 2017. Coach Watts was not only instrumental in guiding young men on the football field, he was an excellent role model on and off the field and has touched and impacted many lives. He leaves behind a legacy of respect and admiration from his players and fellow coaches. His longtime assistant coach, Andrew Kelso, said that Chris is not leaving big shoes to fill, that his shoes will be impossible to fill, but he's leaving a great example to follow. Coach Watts now moves on to coach the safeties at Davidson College, a Division I college football program. I would like to say, Chris and Shelley, Thank you so much for all your time, dedication, and sacrifice you have made to Bedford County Public Schools, Liberty High School, and the entire Bedford community over the years. Your impact is greatly appreciated. We wish you and your family nothing but the best in all your future endeavors. Thank you, Coach Watts.
Thank you.
Would you like to say anything?
Oh, I didn't know if I was.
Yeah, you're more welcome if you want to.
Yeah, well, I just want to say how, much the community of Bedford's meant to me for my career, the time that I was there, even before being a head coach and also as a wrestling coach. I made tons of friends, met a lot of wonderful people, and I think that the Bedford community is one of the best ones in the state by far. And it was a bittersweet thing to leave. It just, the timing was right for that, but I couldn't have picked a better place to spend my career. And those days I will definitely cherish, starting with your brother Ricky Falls right at the very beginning. I thank him for giving me my chance in the start at, taking a leadership role, and just went on from there. So it's been a great time, and I look forward to the future.
Thank you so much for all you have done for Liberty and for the community. And we
Thank
truly
you.
do appreciate you. And I hate seeing you wear, I like seeing you wear red, but I hate the fact that it has Davidson on it now and not LHS, but
Yes, I understand.
But
It
thank
was
you
a tough
for,
transition.
well, thank you for everything you've done. We do appreciate
Thank you all.
Next, we're going to recognize Coach Jed Zaring. Following the 2017 season, Jefferson Forest High School boys soccer coach Jed Zaring stepped down from the position after 25 seasons developing the program into a soccer powerhouse in the state of Virginia. But a little about that program first. To develop this program into what it is today was no small task. The JF program was in its early stages, and soccer wasn't a major sport in America in 1993. Those two facts made it so much harder to get kids interested in playing. But Coach Zaring never quit, and when the dust settled, his career was nothing short of remarkable. Coach Zaring helped start a youth rec program in Bedford, which eventually fed in the varsity ranks and still pays dividends at the high school. Coach Zaring also started the Blue Ridge Soccer Academy and served as the program's director from 1993 until 2013. The Cavs routinely had big success under Zaring, but in 2011, everything came together perfectly, and Zaring's team won the state championship. Including time spent coaching boys soccer at other area schools, Coach Zaring's record is 412 wins, 75 losses, and 24 ties. An incredible winning career. Following his stepping down, he handed the reins over to another person he had mentored, his son Scott. The Cavs have already been to states twice in Scott's short tenure. Coach Zaring retired from BCPS this year as the JF athletic director. His contributions have been immeasurable, and we can't thank him enough. He will be missed. Congratulations, Coach Zaring.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Thank you so much, Coach. Mr. Edwards, do we have anything else? We're done? Okay. So with that being said, let's move on to the public comment time for tonight's meeting. The public comment portion of tonight's agenda is limited to 40 minutes. Speakers are asked to state their name and voting district. The school board is here to listen to your comments, but will not engage or respond to speakers during the 40-minute period. Please remember that this is a public meeting, and we expect all speakers to refrain from any foul, profane, abusive, or hateful language during the comments or any time while in attendance during this meeting. We also ask that speakers keep their remarks objective and about the school in nature and refrain from personal references to board members or staff or about their families. This is a public meeting for public matters. Mr. Edwards will serve as timekeeper for individual speakers with a ringing bell indicating that a person has 30 seconds remaining, and a second bell will ring indicating a person's 4 minutes have expired. Mr. Edwards will also serve as the timekeeper for a cumulative 40-minute period. When Mr. Edwards' 4-minute timer bell rings, please discontinue speaking and allow the next person in line to come to the podium. Should you be unable to finish your comments, please send or give them to Ms. Johnson, and she will give them to board members. We also ask that you please do not adjust the microphone at the podium, as it has been positioned for optimum audio quality. Our first speaker tonight is Christina Childers.
Hello. I'm Christina Childers. I'm the president of the BCEA. And tonight we just want to say thank you. Thank you for implementing as many facets of last year's salary study as you were able to do. We know you wanted to do even more, and we will hold you to your promise. We look forward to next year being able to give step increases to office staff and administrators. But we're also realistic and know your funds were limited, so we just want to say thank you for what you did do. For many educators, this month's paycheck that's coming will include the largest single-year increase that many of us have ever seen. I look forward to it. For those employees who were loyal and dedicated during the tough times, for those who stayed during the recession and had their salary steps frozen for multiple years, you restored those steps and added percent increases in salary in order to level the playing field with other divisions. Thank you. We know that budgets reflect priorities, and this year's budget prioritized trying to keep and reward dedicated workers who remained with us through the Great Recession. We also thank you for other considerations you've recently granted employees, including acknowledging that bereavement days were long overdue, that ensure that staff are to be paid if they lose their planning time for duties beyond what should be required. And we thank you for working to hire more site-based substitutes to help ease the burden on teachers and paras who have to cover classes. We appreciate your efforts. You know we have many more needs to address, but we will certainly bring those forward. But tonight we just want to say thank you. We're pretty exhausted and overwhelmed at the moment, but we are grateful that you're at least trying to do what's right by the people who stuck with you. So, thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Childers. Cindy Gillespie. Cindy Gillespie. Dave Dietrich.
I'm Dave Dietrich of the 4th. Ladies and gentlemen, education has evolved profoundly since the dawn of the progressive era, which began in the late 19th century. Educational evolution has impacted culture. The age in which we live is now said to be postmodern, post-nation state, post-nuclear family, and post-Christian. Truth is now relative to whatever one claims truth to be. New standards of behavior and social mores are promoted, often without critical thinking, dispassionate discussion, and scholarly debate. Sadly, the current educational administrative complex seems to facilitate this new era of learning, if not enthusiastically embracing it. CRT and other controversial isms subsidized through certain approved and promoted books, ideas, and pedagogy confirm that. Activists seem to view dissenting parents and other concerned citizens as controversial non-factors who must remain silent. For teachers and administrators who also understand what has occurred, they too must remain silent. Today, many politicians, educational theorists, and unelected bureaucrats appear to dictate what to teach and how to teach. In Virginia, some believe this is called Standards of Learning, or SOL. Under SOL, are today's teachers allowed to be traditional educators? Must they mainly teach the standardized tests? Tragically, had they been forced to become talking dogs, to borrow upon an unofficial U.S. Army phrase? Under these pressures, a school board can also become the rubber stamp of conformity and hidden agendas, and many have, as we have witnessed in other areas of the state and country. Yet this prevailing collective voice on the current Bedford County School Board has been doing its job, and doing it extremely well. Most on our school board understand it sets educational priority in concert with proper laws and regulations and with the best interest of the students, parents, concerned citizens, and overall community in mind. The board does not exist to promote trendy educational theory, nor does it serve to protect administrative interests. Moving forward, the board would be wise to consider alternative approaches to education. An alternative approach to consider is the K-12 educational curricula developed by Hillsdale College. Hillsdale directs education away from critical theory, the latter so destructive in its various manifestations. K-12 also redirects education towards truth and discovery. These are the foundations of the classical education and the overall Western tradition of educational excellence. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dietrich. Beth Hine. Beth Hine. Leslie Laux.
Hi, my name is Leslie Laux, and I live in District 5. I wanted to speak tonight about a concern I have with some recent incidents that have occurred in Bedford County Public Schools, and more importantly, how some are responding to them. In the last month and a half, we have witnessed public bullying of staff members, and most troublingly, students and former students by certain members of our community. These incidents are beginning to follow a distinct pattern. Somebody, typically an adult, doesn't like a fundraiser being offered by a former student, the pronouns a teacher chooses to use, an inclusive icebreaker assignment offered by a teacher, or what a student chooses to wear to school. Sometimes, and I can't even believe I'm saying it, it is ridiculous rumors about things as absurd as kitty litter boxes being offered in our school bathrooms. These same adults then turn to social media and private and public groups that are in some cases making very targeted efforts to make our schools less inclusive and more restrictive. They gather allies in their cause with total disregard for the impact their often nasty and dehumanizing comments have on the staff members, students, and former students directly impacted by them. These are not concerned parents trying to make our schools more safe, inclusive, or welcoming. They simply want their own point of view enforced on others. All of that is concerning enough. What is also concerning as a parent is the amount of time and resources our administrators, school board members, and other staff are having to spend on responding to these incidents. I am asking tonight that you please put in place policies and procedures to prevent giving this bullying oxygen. On the subject of policies and procedures, I also have concerns with the way in which BCPS policies are being written and with the content of some of our most recently passed policies. I urge caution in future with presenting and worse, passing policies that contain language that violates the U.S. Constitution and state law. If I correctly heard at the August 11 meeting, your lawyer essentially expressed that they would not have used some of the wording written into the policies proposed by the committee. When a lawyer says that, they're typically saying that you're exposing yourselves to a costly lawsuit, potentially. I personally would rather keep the spirit and content of those policies while removing the likely illegal, superfluous language that can ultimately invalidate them. Again, doing so would save our resources for better uses. Finally, I want to thank the board for at least attempting to find common ground with regard to giving parents an option to be notified when their children check out a book. I still have some remaining concerns with the IE policies that I've expressed to all of you, and I also appreciated that at the last meeting, Moms for Liberty took a step toward expanding our library circulation rather than attempting to restrict it by donating a book to our libraries. While it is not a book I personally would choose to read, I support giving students options from which to choose. In that same vein, I would like to donate 2 books as well. Both of these are New York Times best-selling books. The first is by author Robin DiAngelo. It's called White Fragility. The second book is by Ibram X. Kendi, called How to Be an Anti-Racist. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Laux. Dawn Roberts. Dawn Roberts. Donna St. Clair. Donna St. Clair. Cindy Sheldrake.
Good evening. My name is Cindy Sheldrake, and I live in District 7 in the Foxwood neighborhood in Good. I'm here tonight to talk to you about my son, Caden Sheldrake. He's an 11th grade student at Jefferson Forest High School. One of you knows Caden very well. Ms. Hairston was his principal at Otter River the entire time he was there, from kindergarten through 5th grade. And I feel very confident that Ms. Hairston would agree that he is a very kind, compassionate, and intelligent young man. Over the last several years, in talking to Cade about his future, he made it very clear that he did not foresee himself having a career behind a desk. He ruled out becoming a teacher pretty quickly, as he had a front row seat at home. My husband, Cade's dad, has been a teacher and coach for 30 years, and I've been a teacher for over 25 years. Many of these years here with Bedford County for both of us. Caden is a very well-read and informed young man. He knows the value of the trades and decided to apply for and was accepted into the electrical program right here at Susie B. Gibson Science and Technology Center. A week or 2 before the school year started, we received a call that the instructor for the electrical program had left the county and this position was unable to be fulfilled, which we understood, as this is a very difficult position to fill. We are pleased to learn that the county was going to pay for the seniors to attend CVCC so they could finish their certifications in the electrical program. Learning quickly this was not an option for our son because he is a junior left us with very limited and not very great options. Cade could have set aside these next 2 years and just attended JF. He could have transferred to Heritage High School and attended CVCC for free, or we would pay out of pocket $5,367 for him to attend the program at CVCC. Bedford County told us they would pay for his books, which are about $200. Caden really wanted to pursue this program, so he applied and was accepted at CVCC, leaving us to figure out the financing. As stated before, we are both teachers and had not planned on this expense of over $5,000. I know that this position has not been filled yet here at Susie B. Gibson, so I'm here to ask that you look into and consider doing for one more student what you've already done for these 7 seniors. From my perspective, the county has paid over $35,000 for these seniors to attend CVCC, which is great, and I'm so glad that happened for them. I figure there's still some of this teacher's salary sitting there from this unfilled position that was already budgeted for. So I'm asking you to consider to do for one more for my son what you've already done for several. And what I'm about to say is not to get your sympathy at all. It's just the unfortunate reality of our particular situation at home. We are going to be incurring some significant medical expenses this next year. I was diagnosed with breast cancer 2 months ago. I had surgery 3 weeks ago, and chemo starts in 12 days, so these bills are coming in. And so the last option that I sort of already mentioned is that we are considering having Caden transfer to Heritage High School, as they pay 100% for their students. Lynchburg City pays for 20 students to attend, and only 10 of these spots are being used currently. So if Caden were to attend Heritage, where his dad works, it would be paid for. In fact, all of the area school districts pay for their students to attend this program at CVCC, Lynchburg City, Campbell County, and Amherst County. Of course, we would love for him, and he would love to stay at JF and graduate with his friends next year, those friends he started off in kindergarten with at Otter River. Lastly, we are working with CVCC to see about any scholarship money that may be available. I actually emailed Mike Rowe from Dirty Jobs and asked him for help, but we missed the deadline by a few months. He has a scholarship program. And if everything I've said doesn't help our situation, if there's an electrical company listening and would like to sponsor our son, that would be awesome. Please contact me. But I just thank you for considering this and for your time.
Thank you, Michelle Drake. Sue Moore.
Madam Chairman and the rest of the school board, thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. I was on a wait list, but I was lucky enough to get to speak. I am a former teacher of 27 years, 18 in Bedford County, 17 were at Thomas Jefferson Elementary. What I'm speaking about tonight is the class size at Otter River in first grade. They currently have 26 students in the class. I have spoken with Mrs. Moore, which is no relation to me, and she's doing a fantastic job there, by the way, but she is able to put 2 paras in there, but there are not 2 teachers. And the thing that really concerns me is, as my grandson moves up from first grade, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, he's going to have several years where he may have 1 classroom teacher and have a class size of 27, 28, 29. That used to be unheard of when my kids were in school. There was over 24 that the school board and the central office awarded another teacher. It becomes very personal when it's your child or your grandchild. And he's already suffered through preschool and kindergarten with mask wearing when they're trying to learn how to read. And COVID has caused a lot of problems for a lot of kids, but I think you would agree with me, it's really tough on kids that are that age, kindergarten, first grade, because they couldn't see their teachers' mouths when they were talking in kindergarten and preschool. They didn't get to learn how to sound out words, and so all those kids are probably slightly behind. And I know the teacher there is doing a great job trying to get them caught up, but it's very personal when it's somebody that you know and love. And I've had this young man's dad and mom were valedictorian and salutatorian at Liberty High School, so they're doing everything they can to help him. But I just wanted to bring it to your attention so that you can look at this issue, because it's not an issue for 2022-23. For him, it's going to be an issue all the way through 5th grade. And Otter River is an awesome school. My children went there. It's kind of like a private school. They never had any issue with these large numbers, thank goodness. But what ends up happening, I know you have a numbers system, and I'm not very familiar with it, but I think you have a system that each school, depending on their enrollment, get so many teachers? And you can't answer me, but I'm just going to guess that I might know what I'm talking about. I don't know for certain. But when you have a small school, those numbers are hard to work in to something like a first grade having 26 kids. Now, if you're at Thomas Jefferson Elementary, those numbers can be worked around and it's easier for it to work out. But in a small school, it's tough. I just don't want us to be mechanical and like an engineer thinking about the numbers. I want you to think about the kids. And I'm not just speaking for my grandson. There's 26 kids in there that need your help. And I would really like it if you would consider putting a teacher, second teacher, in that classroom. One of the things I wanted to point out is a study just came out, which I'm sure you're aware of, that 9-year-olds fell dramatically during the pandemic. The reading scores were the largest in 30 years and the first decrease ever in math. The reading scores dropped 5% and the math scores dropped 7%. Now this is all over the country, but you know it also had to affect Bedford County. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. Last speaker on our list has informed me that they do not wish to speak tonight. So with that being said, I have openings for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 speakers. Would anybody like to speak? Okay, seeing no volunteers, I'll close the public comment portion of tonight's meeting. Moving on to item 7, do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Chairman, I make a motion that we approve the consent agenda as proposed.
I have a motion by Dr. Mealy. Do I have a second? Second by Ms. Hairston. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? The agenda is accepted. Okay, now we're going to pick up with staff reports and informational items not addressed at 5 o'clock. So we're picking up with the SOL presentation. I believe Dr. Trosper, was your turn?
Okay, good evening. So previously, Mr. Blankenship and Dr. Woodford gave an update on our student achievement scores from the previous school year, and so tonight I'm going to continue that presentation and provide an overview of the work the instruction team has done and will do to support schools during the school year. So we are proud of our students and we're proud of our teachers and the work that has been accomplished, but the instruction team does recognize there's much work to be done. And the work of preparing for the school year did begin long before these scores were released. In the spring, the instruction department, administrators, and teachers started analyzing specific data points to further advance the division pass rates. The strategies we will use to improve the student outcomes include a continued focus on aligned and data-driven instruction, implementation of new resources in English and science, professional development for school leaders and teachers, and new teacher support. I want to start by talking about universal supports that we're offering to all schools, and so these are the supports that would impact each classroom and each student that the instruction team works on to try to, as I said, support our schools and improve student outcomes. We do have a division assessment schedule, which provides a timeline for giving division-supported assessments. The purpose of this schedule is to have common data points across the division to help the team know where supports are needed. We will work with principals to address issues based on what the data tells us after reviewing assessment data. Content supervisors have also created pacing guides for each grades level and subject. So while they were available last year, all subject areas have been updated with teacher feedback, and they've also been updated to align with the new science and English curriculum that were implemented starting at the beginning of the school year. We have curriculum guides that are available for teachers as well, and these guides support rigorous and aligned instruction by providing a variety of resources for unpacking the standards so that students gain a deeper understanding of the content. Some of the examples embedded are online activities, meaning activities that can be used with our Chromebooks and technology, and offline activities that we can use when we do not have that technology or choose not to use that during class activities. We also provide, Department of Education provided lesson plans, and they even have co-taught lesson plans in math, which are exceptionally high quality, and we're appreciative of the DOE for creating those lesson plans. The curriculum guides also identify key vocabulary from curriculum frameworks, and they identify similar standards from other grades so teachers can vertically align their instruction. The team will be involved in new teacher support. For example, during Teacher Work Week, the instruction and special education teams collaborated with professional learning team on training topics like unpacking the standards, objective writing, co-teaching, and basics for getting started as a new teacher. During the year, the team will continue to check on new teachers and conduct informal walkthroughs and coaching visits. And just want to note, this is done in support of the work of the professional learning team. They certainly have a great system in place, but we want to support their efforts and really help those new teachers as they get started and as they continue throughout the school year. Each supervisor has connected with departments and grade level chairs. They will attend leadership, department, and grade level meetings throughout the year. And then finally, the team will plan on conducting walkthroughs in schools to assist principals in developing their instructional plans and help them make adjustments as the year progresses. During the summer, the division instruction and special education teams were involved in training principals. Topics included setting expectations for instruction. During these trainings, we encourage and we challenge principals to clearly communicate expectations for what they want to see in their classrooms, and we challenge them to reflect on how they're going to monitor implementation of these expectations. The focus was on building their capacity as instructional leaders by training them on components of high-quality instruction, essential practices for improved student outcomes, components of quality lesson planning, effective feedback designed to improve instruction, best co-teaching practices, objective writing, and using division resources available to them. Another topic was on creating and sustaining a data culture in their building. This was a continuation of discussions that started last year, and this time they received additional training on using our assessment platform, Mastery Connect, and reflected on setting a vision for growing a data culture in their school. Continuing the theme of instructional leadership, principals were trained on how to improve the quality of feedback to improve teacher effectiveness and ultimately student achievement. The team provided trainings on the new science and secondary English resources, and the message was that we expect implementation with fidelity. As the year started, we are supporting principals and teachers in implementing these programs. Dr. Eisenhower and Ms. Kapler are communicating regularly with administrators, department chairs, teachers to continually support them. And finally, the team shared resources for developing comprehensive school improvement plans, which all schools are required to do on an annual basis. And just as we would expect our teachers to differentiate instruction to meet individual needs of students, we also offer additional supports to schools where the data shows it is needed. Our team has prioritized schools based on student performance data from the spring and from last year, and as we develop and gather data throughout the year, we'll adjust those plans. The team will be checking in with principals and teachers frequently, especially for schools who will show a need for additional support. We will partner with schools to conduct walkthroughs in classrooms. These will be done with principals to determine what to look for and what recommendations for improvement will be discussed. Once final school quality profiles are available, we will engage in monitoring with guidance from the Department of Education. This will involve reviewing goals and action steps from our school improvement plans, monitoring implementation of these plans, and reflecting on the effectiveness of plans once these steps are implemented. Some schools have academic reviews plans, and this will require a division team to thoroughly review instructional practices in these schools. These will be conducted in the fall semester, and recommendations will be adopted as part of the school improvement plan. Depending on the subject area and need, each core content supervisor is working with principals, leadership teams, departments, and/or grade level chairs to support through coaching, assisting with writing plans, and through professional development. And finally, I want to talk about some of our content-specific supports. Each content supervisor knows their data very well, and they know where the supports are needed, and they've already begun that work of supporting our teachers in schools. So in math, our data shows that number and number sense is an area of concern, particularly in our grades K through 5. So Mrs. Bowyer has embedded daily routines in our pacing guides, and she's also purchased additional resources using Title I funds to address these areas of concern during intervention time for the schools that have shown they need this extra support. She has partnered with iExcel. This is a frequently used instructional platform to train teachers on using reports from fall growth assessments to provide individualized instruction for students. And for middle school, she has met with all 3 middle school principals to discuss algebra readiness plans as they develop their school-specific plans to address needs as the data shows are needed. In English, Dr. Eisenhower has updated secondary curriculum guides to align with the SAVAS units, which is the new curriculum we adopted this year. She's providing support for data lesson planning. She's arranged training on using digital and print resources from this curriculum, and we'll be working with principals to monitor implementation of this new curriculum. Haggerty Materials and Professional Development has been purchased for all Title I reading specialists and reading teachers to support phonemic awareness. And finally, she will be conducting regular data meetings with reading specialists to monitor all reading data points at elementary schools. For science and social studies, as you all saw, we are concerned about the scores from last year, and we have a lot of room to grow. And so Mrs. Kapler and Mrs. DeLong-Moorfield have worked really hard to create plans to support schools and increase our rates of student achievement. So first of all, as elementary and master schedules were developed, we've worked with principals to provide that dedicated science and social studies time in an effort to improve those achievement scores. Both supervisors are continuing to focus on content-specific reading experiences using Newsela, which is a platform that provides leveled reading passages focused on content related to science and social studies. They will also be conducting frequent walkthroughs in subject areas where scores are the lowest. They have revised our pacing guides to provide cross-curricular support for science and history in the elementary grades. Division assessments have been revised to gather more data points in these subjects to better inform our instruction and remediation in history and science. And overall, especially in these two subject areas, but in all subject areas, our focus is on alignment of curriculum, instruction, and assessment. So overall, as I said, our performance data from last year is a reflection of our hard work of the previous 3 years of our teachers in Bedford County. We are in a good place, but we recognize there's a lot of work to be done. So with a focus on aligning our instructional practices, aligning our division resources, we hope to see continued growth for our students during the upcoming school year. So at this time, I'd be happy to answer any questions from the board.
Dr. Mealy?
Thank you all for this presentation. First, I want to say that any questions I have are not a reflection on teacher performance or our students or our parents. I think everybody's working really, really hard under really extenuating and extreme circumstances, and have been for the last 2 years, and I realize that there are factors that impact some of the questions I'm going to ask, but again, clearly this is not a evaluation of anyone. The information that you all have presented, and thank you for that, is kind of a 30,000-foot view of this. And several times during both of your presentations, you mentioned that there's a lot of work to be done and certain things that you know that you need to work on. Is it possible for you may not be able to do that tonight, and that's fine, but what specifically in grade levels attached to these SOL scores, what trends are you seeing? For example, the last SOLs we had, third grade reading was an issue, fourth grade math was an issue, we had an issue with history, world history 1 and 2. So what are you seeing right now where you say there's a lot of work to be done and we want to improve?
Sure. I think I can answer your question. And I'll say middle schools essentially across the subjects are the biggest concern for us. While we did see some improvement, and there's certainly some areas to celebrate, we're particularly concerned about writing at the middle school level. We do think this new curriculum is going to help with that, but we've got some work to do, particularly when you look at our achievement groups for that. The math, it's not quite as concerning, but we're still concerned there. But I certainly would say middle schools are our biggest area of concern. And then you kind of break it down by zone. Math for K-5 over in Stanton River Zone we're concerned with, so we've definitely done some extra work there. We've used our Title I funds to help with that. And then as far as social studies and science, it's kind of more subject specific. In science, our biology students did really well. We were really pleased with them, but the other science areas were concerning. And what we're doing is we're looking at those subjects to really think about where the deficits are. And as I said, with math, it's that numbers and number sense. That's something that our students, as you know, it's foundational. And if they don't get that, they're going to struggle as they develop and go through their careers, their academic careers. In English, as I said, it's the writing, but also we're just continuing to focus on the writing skills that they need. We're offering additional opportunities in their classroom and so on. So I can certainly talk specifically about that. With science, it's the scientific investigation. And that's one of those standards that they can use frequently. And again, our new curriculum with the elementary schools has provided lots of opportunities. It's been really exciting to go in science classrooms and just see some of the labs and the hands-on that they're doing. And then in history, it tends to be the geography that gets us. And so those are skills that we've embedded in our pacing guides where they can practice daily to try to support it. So I hope that answers your question. I mean, we've even broken it down more with reporting categories and so on, but that's kind of the trends.
What about in the high schools? What are you seeing there?
We're really proud of our high schools, quite honestly. And once the final scores come out, we're going to have some real areas to celebrate. And so it's not to say we don't have work to do, but in terms of English in the high schools, they did very well. Math was phenomenal, particularly in one of our schools that we're celebrating. And did you want to add to that?
No,
Yeah.
all I wanted to say was that there's a lot of information coming out on school quality profiles that really dig into subgroups. And as we were preparing tonight, we just want to offer for any board member who would like to come sit down with us, we are happy to sit down and dig really deep into the data. Because there's just so much, and with all of the accountability systems. So we're also willing to take some time just to meet with you individually if you'd like to meet to go a little bit deeper.
I definitely would be interested in that. In our subgroup area, can you just tell me what your major concerns would be?
Our students with disabilities is definitely an area of concern, and our students, or disadvantaged students, are our two areas that I would say are probably across the board concerning.
Okay. You talked about spring data that you looked at, and you said you analyzed specific data points. Can you expand on that at all, what you actually looked at? It's okay if you can. If you can't, I'll call you.
Well, I know that our, so at the beginning, we don't get the overall school broken down by category. So our supervisors spent a lot of time digging into individual teacher, student data to kind of put some things together. But they're really looking at the student question, student performance by question reports, school performance by question reports. And that's really how they have developed all of the support they put inside the pacing guides with resources. I think we also found in science and history, because teachers were really trying to make up for the reading and math loss, they were cutting those subjects really short at the elementary level. And we feel pretty certain that's why we saw such a sudden dip at the elementary level in those scores. So we've worked with the principals to make sure they've got enough time in their master schedules that they're really focused back on those skills. And so it's been a variety of data. As we've gotten it, it's been just raw scores, and then we started getting growth scores, still trying to kind of figure all of what the DOE is looking at. They've given us preliminary reports, but not final reports. So we've looked at accreditation, we've looked at growth rates, but probably the most helpful are the student performance by question and the category reports that we've looked at.
What specific, in this analysis you've done, and you, again, probably don't know them all, just one or two, what specific professional development have you targeted? Like you spoke of number and number sense. I'm also assuming that going with that would be computation and estimation. They go hand in hand. So what kind of professional development are you looking at providing, or you have provided?
Well, one thing I'll say is as we go through kind of what we have gone through the last few years, typically the first thing to go is that alignment, and you hear that a lot is that we need to make sure that our instruction is aligned with the curriculum and our assessments. So a lot of it's just really back to the basics, and we think that's going to take
standards.
Absolutely, and so that's one of the things that we're really focusing with our new teachers is the unpacking the standards, writing good quality objectives, just really defining what a good solid lesson plan looks like. And so I do believe that's going to probably give us our biggest score leaps, just in terms of just teaching what we're supposed to, the way we're supposed to. And then as we get into it, as I said, Ms. Bowyer, for example, has met with principals where some of the math concerns are starting to show up, and so we've used Title I funds to provide daily routines. Then there's other curriculum called Math Matters that just gives basic foundational skills that they can work through every day. Because what we're finding is in the middle schools is those foundational reading and math skills are what's been weakest. And so if we can start them early, we think that's going to help us. as we progress.
One of the things that Dr. Calvert and I have been talking about is the re-implementation of our professional development courses that we offered from the University of Virginia for beginning reading and for building math skills. And so we've discussed partnering with the universities once again to possibly bring those back in. A little bit with the reading, the Virginia Literacy Act, we've gotten some information updates that they're going to be providing and paying for reading classes and reading specialist certifications, and that's coming in the next 2 years. So we're kind of looking to see what they're going to offer first because we don't want to do anything contradictory to that. But we are looking at starting to offer, especially our new teachers. You know, we have 80 brand new teachers this year. That's a lot of just basic support. But how do we also give them the professional development they need for their grade levels that are just very specific to beginning reading, beginning math, middle school math skills, middle school reading skills, and how they change. And so our focus is, what do we need to do right now, like the quick fix and professional development for the new series, the new curriculum, professional development on how to use our new pacing guides, but also long-term professional development, which really builds our teacher skill sets that'll be more, give us more longevity.
You also spoke of implementation fidelity, which I think is absolutely important, and that you would, you're going to be doing a lot of monitoring. In reality, I haven't done your job. I've kind of done some of yours, and I understand the complexity of what you do. So how are we actually going to do that so that it makes a difference? Because there's time and people, you know.
Well, a big part of our summer training with principals is really growing that capacity as instructional leaders, and we've really tried to emphasize that message that principals are instructional leaders in their building. And you're right, we can't be in all schools, and so what we can do is be a support. And so as best as we can, train them, provide the resources they need. We've had a lot of discussions at the instruction team level about prioritizing where we spend our time and the way we spend our time, and so we're starting with the schools where the data shows they need it. And that involves meeting with administrators, meeting with department chairs, leadership teams, trying to really be responsive to what they need, and again, help whatever we can do to support those principals as they implement those plans and help them monitor and hold accountable for that. That has been a big message. That implementation with fidelity just has to be what happens, because essentially what we think is it kind of levels the playing field. Kids can go to any classroom and receive good quality instruction if they just use the curriculum that they have.
You also mentioned development of a data culture, and I applaud that. I think data is the key to a lot in education. It's easy to collect data. It's easy to organize data. What's harder is trying to analyze what the data is indicating, and then even harder, how are you going to make a difference? So how are you helping our principals, I guess, mostly learn how to do that? It's a difficult skill.
And you're right, we're really good at collecting data, but are we using it to really inform our instruction? And that's been the message once we've rolled out our new assessment platform is, are you a data collector or are you a data user? And so we've really challenged our schools to think about taking those next steps. And as we make decisions about what's best for students, we don't base it on perceptions or feelings or hope, but we base it on what the reality says in front of us, and that way we can really support where the support is needed. And again, I'd be happy to meet with anyone just to kind of show some of the tools that we've had, but we've tried to give tools to principals so they can set expectations with their departments, and we've given them tools to kind of ask guiding questions, and this is essentially 2 years of training and challenging. How do you involve your staff, and how do you set that vision that, again, not only are we collecting, but we're using it to make decisions from day to day in the classroom?
And I would like to just say something I think is very important, and you talked about that time. So when we first started looking at the raw data, we prioritized schools, just like teachers do. They prioritize, the students who need the most support. And that's no criticism of the school. It may be things that they're dealing with. They may have a large group of brand new teachers, so they just need a little extra support. And so everyone on the executive team and all of our directors have taken one of those top priority schools. They visit at least once a week. We are doing walkthroughs. We're trying to attend leadership meetings and faculty meetings, but we are connected to one school because we realized we were trying to spread ourselves too thin. So I have a focus that's in my specialty, which is reading. And so I'm working with one school on that so that I can be the consistent, I know what's coming from us at the division level, but I also hear what the teachers' questions are. I'm seeing the implementation, and we're all doing that. We all have our priority schools, and we feel like that will give some connection. We've already scheduled academic reviews, and that's just a priority. So we've cleared our calendars. Schools that are going to get academic reviews who have tier 2, tier 3 concerns and subgroups, we are spending a full day there looking in classrooms, observing teachers, looking at their data, looking at their continuous school improvement plan, looking at the data we already know, helping them with professional development. So we're really working hard to just be a part of that school. For the last 2 years, unfortunately, our focus has been pulled off a lot to just managing the crisis. And so now we're excited to be back in the schools and in the classrooms. Just the instruction team has been able to do that, and they've done a great job, but the executive team is also part of that effort on a day-to-day basis.
You know, part of the reason, I think you all understand, but part of the reason I'm asking so many questions is because it's important for us as a division to understand where our weaknesses. It's not enough to say, well, all our schools accredited. If you're doing that, you're scratching just maybe top surface of what you do to educate children. It's important that we understand who needs what, when, and what grade levels across the division aren't being as successful as we'd like. It's like the 3-year average coming up, and we're going to lose those high scores, and that's going to impact us negatively if we don't get those scores up. Or I think Mark Blankenship said 627 kids had an increase, and believe me, I am all about growth because I had lots of kids that worked their behinds off and still failed. So I'm glad that we're recognizing Children for Growth, but those 627 are still failures that we need to work on, and that's part of, it's not enough just to, check off a school and say, well, they're accredited, because your high kids, if you have two people in a class, I don't know, a 90 and a 50, then you got an average of 70, but you've got a kid who's failing. So,
which is definitely why we wanted to show the raw data, and we kind of said, we're probably going to be all are going to be accredited. We're really proud of that. We are.
Absolutely.
But we wanted to show the raw data because that's the reality of where our kids are. And so we want to be transparent about that.
Yeah.
We don't have anything to hide, because if it's out there, we all know what the goal is we're working towards.
Exactly, and I think that's important for our community too. So thank you so much for this and your patience with my questions.
Saracen?
I do have one question. Again, thank you all for the report. I want, if you would, just expound upon the data culture that you had talked about building with the principals. And I'm so happy to hear that, because I know as a former principal how important that is, and also how difficult that can be for a principal to convey to a brand new teacher. And we've got a lot of new teachers out there. So my question also extends to how are you helping our new teachers understand the data and to be able to use that with more effective instructional practices?
Yeah. So, yeah, there's so many resources. I'm trying to think how to summarize them. Again, I'm happy to meet with you or anyone to
I
show
would be
you the
happy to meet with
resources.
you. So if you could just maybe give me one or two little points
absolutely.
there.
One of the things we challenge our principals, and we just talked about what do you see in a good quality lesson, is, when you have your post-observation conferences, every observation ends with a meeting with the principal and the teacher, and we just ask the question, did your students learn the material today? And if so, how do you know? Let's talk about what that data shows, not I think or I feel, it's what does the data show? And I think that leads to, or should lead to, good discussions about, so now that you know how they did, Did you assess every child every day? Now what did you do about it the next day and the next few days? And so that could be a quick whole group remediation. It could be we're going to form a group and we're going to try to target a skill that this group probably didn't get. And so that's where that differentiation comes in, is how did it impact tomorrow's instruction based on the data you collected today. And so there's just that kind of daily. The other thing that we've done is we've spent a lot of time with that division assessment schedule. And so that is going to give us division data points. So we can look at a date and say, this assessment was given by this time. Our team can sit down and we can look at that and we can break that down and analyze and say, this school needs some help, or this is the area as a division we're struggling in. And so that kind of gives us a strategic framework so we can move and help those schools. And we can go to principals and say, here's what we're seeing, here's what you're seeing. And I guess the other thing I'll give you is, as we are looking at school improvement plans, we are really encouraging principals to ask very strategic, guided, pointed questions, and asking them to hold departments and grade levels, whatever that looks like, accountable for that. As what are your discussions about? Make sure it's about student achievement, make sure it's about student learning. And of course there's many other things to talk about, but at the end of the day, it's got to go back to that. And so if the data is what we're discussing, then that's going to be more likely to lead to that. So I hope that helps. And again, there's plenty more that we'd love to share.
Absolutely. And I will meet with you, because I certainly would like to have a few more questions. Now, in terms of the specialist and how their role in helping these new teachers, I'm really fixated with our new teachers. I just think that, I know how hard it's been for you guys to fill those positions. And so with that, there's a lot that these new teachers are having to learn, and that support is just very, very crucial. So I'm wondering the roles that the specialist will play in helping these new teachers.
So they worked with the professional learning team, Ms. Weiss and Ms. Simmons, and again, they're doing really good work, and I certainly don't want to suggest that we're doing anything in place of them. They're doing phenomenal work, but it's really important that we support them. So as part of the teacher work week, we did, our team did help lead trainings like unpacking the standards and objective writing, and just what do you do as a new teacher? How do you get through that? And they're going to be, every month they have new teacher meetings, and they're going to lead trainings on select topics.
Okay.
Could be classroom management. There's a lot of different topics.
Okay.
We've also...
If I may
go
ask,
ahead.
will you solicit from these new teachers topics that they feel that they would like to?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Sure.
All right.
Yeah, and I've met with principals. I'm almost finished meeting with them, and I'm actually asking what teachers need some additional supports. And so every week I'm bringing that back to my team and saying, as you go into buildings, check on these teachers. And
all right.
we know who the new teachers are. They share that list with us, and so we try to make it a point just to stop in and say hi and just be available and visible. So that is a priority for us as well. They need extra help for sure.
All right. Thank you.
Any more questions, Ms. Harrison?
No more.
Mr. Daniels?
It's a statement and then I guess a question. Thanks for putting all this together. I appreciate that you understood the reality of what happened over the last 2 years with COVID, but didn't use that really as making any excuses, saying this is the reality on the ground and this is how we need to get better. One of the things, doing a school tour earlier this year with Mr. Hill and Dr. Bergen, we were at JF with Principal Wilson, and he had mentioned that there was a program that they had started where they had seen some of these kids coming in, I guess from middle school, and they were behind in reading. And by doing that, he said that they were increasing like 2 grade levels, pretty quickly. So I guess my question is, A, that's obviously great, and that's a best practice, but what are we doing as a county, as a division, to encourage best practices? How are they sharing this? And are we encouraging teachers and calling others and saying, hey, what's working for you? This is working for me.
So one thing that is very important with our principals that they have really missed are our face-to-face collaborative meetings. And so Dr. Cornett and Dr. Calvert lead our monthly principal meetings, and in each of those meetings we try to have collaborative time, so the high school principals talk, the middle school principals talk, and the elementary principals talk, so they can share ideas because they're boots on the ground and they kind of know it as it's happening. And they just really have a good collegial relationship. We spent a week with them this summer just sharing ideas. How are we going to recover? This is the reality in my school. What are you doing in your school? So they kind of automatically share ideas. That's another nice thing about us trying to focus on a school. We also can share ideas, and sometimes I'll hear something and I'll say, you know, to Dr. Calvert, I think we need to get teachers from this school to come over to this school. So we're trying really hard to make those connections. And I'll just be honest with you, we are back in school, we're doing school as normal, and I expect we're going to see some increases just because we're doing our small group remediation, we're looking really closely at data, we are trying to regain the last 2 years with just very focused, targeted remediation. At the elementary level, they're creating reading plans for students who are below benchmark in PALS. We don't have as much data at the high school, which is a little bit unfortunate. So we're hoping to really get a lot of data from our benchmark assessments and things that we're putting out at the division level. So.
And maybe that's because, you know, they knew what school was like, and so they had some of those skills already. And it also, again, it goes back to the same thing that I brought up with the behavior issue, that we'll see improvement there just simply because we can see each other's faces. And I think that especially at the lower grade level, that's really going to help them, especially with all the extra stuff we're doing to get them caught up. I think that's going to make a very big impact. Thank you. Nope, that's it.
Hill?
First of all, I want to say thank you to the staff. You guys have done an exceptional job putting this together, an exceptional job working with your teams. Teams, lots of teachers, lots of input, and I really appreciate that. What I will say is that these results should be no surprise to anyone in this room. These results should be no surprise to anyone watching this streaming. What happens when you have a majority board who were retired educators and a post-secondary employee who has the majority of the board, and they force our kids into mask, they force our kids out of our schools, they force our teachers into mask, we're going to see these results. And that's what we're paying for. And so I want to say kudos to our teachers and to our team for these results. They're not the best, but they certainly are not the worst. And so you were handed a bad deck of cards and you played it, and I thank you for playing it well. I think, and I've heard you guys say it, and I would really like you to add it to these slides when they're put out for public view. I mean, I know the public can see them now, but for future, I think one of the keys that we're doing or that is going to help us, and you guys mentioned it, we're back to normalcy. We're back to a normal schedule. We're back to activities for our kids. We're going to see a difference because it makes a difference. And so, again, I don't want this to be doom and gloom. I've had conversations with several of you. I think we've done a great job compared to what other counties around us and the things that you did implement to make sure our students were able to achieve the results that they did. So I just want to say thank you.
Any further questions or comments? Thank you guys so much. It's greatly appreciated. Moving on to item 3.04, Regulation KLBR.
Sean, do you have the clicker? Sorry, my glasses on. At the July board meeting, there was a discussion during the approval of policy KLB, Public Complaints About Learning Resources, regarding the formation of the Division Level Review Committee, which we refer to in that policy as DLRC, and the selection of its various members. At that time, I told the board that I would work with the executive team to discuss this further and provide some specifics about selection of committee members. Just as a reminder, the Division Level Review Committee is formed at step 4 when you're looking at the regulation for policy KLB, which is entitled Request for Reconsideration of Learning Resources. Step 4 says that the committee will consist of 3 teachers, 3 parents, 3 high school students if it's at a challenge at a high school, 1 from each of our 3 zones. We'll also have 1 principal, 1 library media specialist, 1 community member, and 1 school board member. So to ensure selection for the DLRC is not biased, we are going to use a random selection generator application for the parent, teacher, student, and community member selection. There will be an announcement made on social media, on our website, and on the school's websites that a book or learning resource has been challenged and that has been submitted and that a committee is being formed to review that material. All parents, students, remember just high school only if it's a high school challenge, teachers and community members wishing to participate on the committee will submit their name and the school zone they live in for consideration. The names will then be entered into the random selection generator application to be chosen for the committee. And I practiced with this, just putting in random names, and it really is just a random, I put in all the names and it just randomly selects who's chosen. For anyone not selected for the committee, I also feel it's really important to gather their feedback. So anyone that's not selected through the random generator, we are going to be offering a special online form that will gather input, concerns, comments, and suggestions from anybody that was not selected for the committee. And those will be given to the parent who represents the zone. So all of the comments from parents and community members in the Liberty Zone will be given to the Liberty Zone parent to present that information to the committee. The principal and the library media specialist, for that we will select staff that were not involved in the original challenge. And we've talked about it that we will use the random selection generator for that too. We'll look at all of our principals and all of our library media specialists, excluding the one where the challenge occurred, and then that's how they'll be selected for the committee. And then the school board chair will determine the school board representative that will serve on the committee. I'm happy to answer any questions about that information.
Yes, since this policy was brought up, I have had several phone calls from parents, and I think it's probably necessary for us, their complaint or their concern is that this happens at step 4 in this policy, and parents are concerned about being notified of an individual challenge to any resource anywhere in the county or any book, anything that's used in the educational programs of their children in step 1. So can we add something so that we have a process so that parents can file a counter challenge if they want to? They are concerned about waiting to step 4 when it's already been through several committees. They would like to have their voices heard at step 1.
We can definitely take that back to the IGA committee for more discussion.
Well, this is a rule, though.
It is a rule.
Go through the
and the reason I would suggest either the board make a decision on how they want to move forward, or the IGA committee, is because we did bring that regulation with several run-throughs to the entire board because it is such a topic that everyone wants to have input in. If the board wishes, we can add something. I do want to say the reason that we have that first step is if a resource, so we're talking about library resources. We're not really talking about curriculum resources because any parent could say, I'm not comfortable with my child having that resource, and then the teacher would find an alternative assignment or an alternative, reading material. So we're trying really hard to be sure about all of those curriculum pieces. This is really for library books where it's much more open. And I've spent a lot of time with the library media specialist, And just really trying to understand that they are trying to offer diverse options. They are looking at suggested readings from teachers who might say, these are books we'd like to see at the high school level. They ask students, are there some particular books you'd like to have in our libraries? The only time we would pull something is if we just totally got it wrong. Like if there is a book in an elementary library that got by the librarian, and once the librarian sees it and looks at it from a different perspective, or the principal, and they say, oh, that might not be age appropriate. So it's not in essence banning, it's just we're saying we probably need to just reevaluate that resource. And so many of those things, it rarely happens, but there is some, we also want to give our professionals the ability to make those decisions and work those things out with parents. Before we removed a resource from the entire school division, it would have to go before a division level review committee. We would never say, this is challenged at, Woodford Elementary, and now we're going to take it out of every library, so.
Right, well, I think the parents, though, just want to have a process for being notified that a challenge has been made way before step 4.
So I think it's in language because the challenge, the official, I am challenging this material, doesn't really come until later on. The first is, I have a concern, and can we talk about this, and is this really a good resource for our school, our community? But the official challenge, where a parent says, this is something I want removed from all the shelves, comes a little bit later. I would just say, as we've kind of looked at lots of different scenarios, I don't have a problem with any of it. I mean, I can easily put something on the division website and say there's been a concern with a resource, if that's what the board wishes to do. That's easy for me to do. I just want to be careful that we don't make the regulation so cumbersome that we can't manage it. I mean, even just finding people to do the division level review committee each time, if there are a lot of challenges, I don't want to slow the process down and people think that we're trying to slow it down so that we're not answering their concerns, because we have put some deadlines in here with times. So again, if the board wishes to put a notification in at the beginning, I would suggest it be just at that school, because that's the only place the resource would be looked at, not a division-wide concern, but this is a concern that's been brought to the librarian of the school and the principal of the school, rather than division-wide.
I think that's what they want, just to be notified.
So that's...
Then how do we want to proceed? Do we want to work with them rewriting a regulation, then presenting it to IGA, doing a revision and presenting it to us next month for all of us to pass the regulation? How do we want to do this?
I would say to do a revision, to have the...
Come back next month?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Dr. Mealy?
Yeah, that's fine. I just want to be sure that, I don't have the policy in front of me right now, but I thought there was something in there that said that the librarian could remove something if, she found that it was inappropriate. But I think parents even want to say, you might find it inappropriate, I don't.
Yeah.
I think that's what the complaint is, and they are seeking a process or procedure by which they will know what's going on.
So this notification would do that.
Yeah, what you're asking, I'm just looking at the regulation. In essence, if the decision was, so I want to be clear. So if a decision is made that something's going to be removed, everyone's notified so they can have input, or if somebody challenges. Because, if I come in and I just talk to the librarian, because that's what it says, I'll speak to the school librarian about the concern as a parent. I don't know that we need to notify everybody unless the librarian and the principal say, perhaps we should remove it from the shelf.
I would agree with that.
Now, would you prefer to go straight to IGA, or would you prefer staff work on it and re-present it again next month?
Well, I think it's a rule, so just work on it and present it next month would be, I don't think it needs to go to committee.
And if that's
since
what
it's
the
a
board...
rule, the committee doesn't
Deborah,
approve
you okay
it.
with that?
The policy was passed last week.
Let it go to IGA?
Policy was passed last week. They've done exactly what we've asked them to do and brought it to us. I'm fine with the way it is.
I'm not sure why we need to revise something we just voted on.
Okay.
But these parents, you know, we just passed a parent resolution saying in several different paragraphs that they had a right to know. So these parents are now saying, I'd like to know. And we're going to tell them, no, we're not going to do that?
But we've also passed a resolution for teachers and staff that say we're going to let you be professionals. We wrote the policy, it was approved, and that's what we need to go forward
Right,
with.
but this isn't addressed in that policy.
Sure it
Parents-
is. It says the parent's going to take it to the librarian first.
Right, and I'm agreeing, they take it to the librarian first. If the librarian decides, okay, this needs to be removed, these parents now want to be notified.
But that was never part of the policy.
That's right. They're saying, they're asking now, how do we know, how will we know as parents, because we have a right to be notified under your parent resolution, how do we know as parents when a challenge is made? We don't want to get to step 4 when all of these things have already been done and we don't know anything about it.
Right, but the professional's going to decide it shouldn't be on the shelf, and so therefore the kid can't check it out because it's not on the shelf.
That's not their issue. Their issue is they want to be notified if something is challenged. And we've said that they have the right to be involved in their child's education and make decisions regarding their education. Any resources in our library could potentially be part of that, and they have a right to say, you know, I want to file a counter challenge to this before we get to the point where we're talking about a formal committee. They want to be involved at the beginning. I don't see why we would not allow them to do that. I mean, that's taking away their rights. You're saying these parents have a right to make a challenge, but you don't have a right to counter the challenge.
I think they do counter the challenge, though, when they're able to then submit their counter challenge to the parent that's really going to represent that side, right?
Well, they don't, what they're saying is, suppose you submit a challenge tomorrow about a particular book, okay? How do I even know that you did that? Well, no, that's not an answer. That's what they're
Step 4.
saying. They want to know when you've made that challenge. They don't want to know who you are. They're just saying, they just want to know a challenge has been made to book A, the parent thinks it's inappropriate, and they would like to be notified that that challenge has occurred.
They will be notified at step 4.
But they're asking before that, because step 4, it's really gone a long way already. They're asking to be notified. So I guess what we're saying is, you don't have that right, parents.
So
No, I'm saying that we're going to let our professionals in the media center or library make that decision, because they may not have wanted to put that book in there anyway. Based on conversations with staff, they don't always have time to read them before they put them out, and once they read it, they go, you're right, it's not age appropriate. That's our professional making the decision not to have it on the shelf.
Hold on just a second. Dr. Woodford wanted to add something.
Well, I was just going to say, I mean, it would not be difficult if at step 1 or step 2, the librarian or the principal decided that a resource was not appropriate to notify parents in that school. I don't know that we need to notify parents if there's a challenge, but only if the book would be considered for pulling.
Exactly.
The other thing we could do is, before any book is pulled, we could go to a division level review committee. I mean, there are options so that everyone is satisfied.
I just think that's what I'm trying to do. We have parents who say, I want to be able to make a challenge, and we have a group of parents saying, I want to be able to see what the challenge is because I may wish to make a counter challenge. I don't think that's an unreasonable request.
Personally, I think what Dr. Woodford just suggested, the last part of notifying within the school, was a good compromise.
Only if it's being pulled.
Only if it's being pulled.
Which is
I think
rare.
that's a good compromise for both sides. I personally would like to see this reworked and brought back because we have put so much time into it thus far. I want to make sure it's done right and we can compromise and come up with something that will appease both sides of the argument. With that being said, are we okay with having it come back next month with a potential revision?
Madam Chairman, I do have one other statement or question to ask. I mentioned this at our last board meeting regarding having a school board member serve on the committee. I still stand very firm on the fact that I think it is a conflict for a school board member to be a part of this committee. We all know that if the process is played out throughout the steps, that eventually, if we can't reach a resolution at the committee level, it will come before the board to make a decision. And if a board member is serving on this committee during this process, that's a conflict. And I'd like for the board to seriously remove that. Remove a board member off of the committee to free each of us up to carry out the process if it's brought before us. If there's no resolution at the committee level, then we as a board collectively will have to make that decision. And so I just don't think that we should be a part of this process. I think it's very similar to some degree to matters that we deal with as a board as a whole when it comes to attendance and other personnel matters. I really don't see a difference here. If it comes to the board as a whole, then we, each of us, need to be at the table to discuss it without any prior participation at the committee level.
Can I ask a question?
Please reconsider that, board members. We
just
really
have a-
need to
I have
do
a
that.
question.
Hold on, I'd asked if I could ask a question,
Yes.
if you don't mind. Dr. Woodford, in this policy here, in what you have presented with what Ms. Harrison just said, was our attorney consulted to see if that would create a conflict?
No, but I'd be happy to look into it. I think honestly, our thinking was that there would be a board member who would hear everything from parents, everything from students, without having to recreate that. So that board member would really represent all of the thoughts throughout the process. That was our thinking. I think our thinking was that that person would have the most information and could represent all the viewpoints rather than rehashing that for the entire board later on. But honestly, that I can check with the attorney happily. And
I would like for the attorney to be checked with. Mr. Daniels was getting ready to speak, then you can speak, Mr. Holbrook.
Yeah, I was just going to kind of bring that up. Like if a board member served on that, then they would be able to offer perspective, and we would be able to call that board member individually and say, what did you think? How did it go? And then they would come to us for a vote if it got that far. But I mean, I guess the board member that was in that meeting could also abstain if they felt that too. That would be something that you could then say, because if it's 3-3, it doesn't get removed, and if it's 4-2, then it does, and so that could be something to consider. Educators, as your career as a principal, were you ever in a situation where parents brought this up to you, and you guys made a decision to say yes, that this book is not appropriate, and it was removed? It was, yeah. And as a professional, I'm sure that was respected, and I think that's why it's in the librarian's hands at that point as well. So I think that's why that was the case, but just throwing that out there.
We're not opposing the librarian. I just think as a board member, we should recluse ourselves from it. We should not be a part of that. And I would like to see the board as a whole, all 7 of us, participate in the discussion that may be presented to us about a book because the committee didn't reach the resolution or resolve it. That's a board member's responsibility as a whole.
Mr. Holbrook?
Well, all I was going to say was that I don't see where it would be any kind of conflict. It's not like somebody getting, going to be privy to evidence or information that no one else has. I mean, we're just reviewing a book. So there's really no conflict of interest, you know what I'm saying? I mean,
I don't understand.
Like we're going to be going to look at a book. You have the book, I have the book, you got the book, we all have the book. There's no secrets, there's no conflict of interest, so that would save some lawyer fees.
Okay, so I personally think that we still need to have some work done on this.
Okay.
And come back next month. But how do you want to proceed, Mr. Daniels? Are you still with going ahead and going forward with it as is, or do you want further review?
I didn't have a problem, but that's up for the whole board, but I did not have a problem with the way that it's been crafted already.
I would like to see it come back. So you're saying yes, come back, or no, go with it now?
I wanted to go with it the way that it is, but.
Okay, go with it the way that it is.
Go with the way it is. Is it also able for the board members to be selected randomly as well?
I don't know.
Well, again, there's a question that we need work on to figure this out. This is not in final form.
It's not clear.
So
As long
again,
as the
do
board
you want to
member is still
proceed?
on here, that's what I'm getting
Yeah,
at.
but the way the policy is written is that the chair selects the board member. Is that, if we're going to accept it as is, then that's how we're going to accept it. Okay, so you're going with as the chair decides?
Chair decides.
Okay, Mr. Hill?
I'm good with it.
Okay, Mr. Hill's good with it?
I'm good with it.
Okay, and I know where you two, okay? I personally would like to see it worked on and brought back, but we have 4-3 decision. So we'll go with it as is. Thank you, Dr. Woodford.
You're welcome.
Let's move down to item 9. 9.01. Approval of policy updates presented at the August 11 board meeting. Dr. Woodford? Any further thing to present?
I don't. I was just standing here in case anyone had any questions about.
Okay. Do I have a motion to approve the policies presented?
So moved.
I have a motion by Mr. Hill. Do I have a second? Second by Mr. Nelms. Any discussion? Call for a vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. 9.02, approval to the update to the school board bylaws, policies, and procedures that was presented at the August 11 meeting. Do I have a motion to approve? I have a motion by Mr. Hill. Do I have a second? Second by Dr. Mealy. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Sale of the Edmund Street Park property. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
I have a motion by Ms. Harrison. Do I have a second? Second by Mr. Holbrook. Any discussion? Actually, Dr. Dewis, I did have a question, if I may.
Yes, ma'am.
Or actually, it's more of a comment than a question. I understand in what is being presented here for the resolution for us to move forward. I am assuming that the town council voted on, or however it came to be, that everyone had approved the conditions that we presented. There was no problem with that.
They were not.
Would you please ask that when their attorney prepares the deed, that we have those conditions specifically written out within the deed, so that way it can be of record and we can make sure that those are enforced.
Absolutely.
Mr. Hill?
Chair, can we hear those conditions since it's not on here?
The conditions were that they were going to maintain the entire field for 20 years, correct?
Yes, so there were two specific conditions. One, that the property be maintained as a park for the community for 25 years. And that certainly was there, that they've been there in 10 all along, so there was no issue with that. The second condition was that because the property is being split, there is a remaining portion that would stay under the school board ownership that still would need to be mowed because it's a playing field. And they would agree to do that mowing, as they're currently doing under a lease agreement. But they would continue to do that for 25 years as well.
Any objection? Okay, I have a motion and a second. Call for a vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Can I get a motion for the approval of the HVAC bids, because I would like to have the numbers read out within the motion? Could somebody make the motion?
I can make the motion, but I want clarification that it's just, is it TJ and Goodview? The other ones have been done, correct?
Well, we'll hit that during the discussion part, if you,
Oh, so I'm reading all of these numbers?
yes, please.
Oh, you got me on that one. All right.
Why should you be surprised? I always get you.
So, Madam Chair, I make a motion that we accept the HVAC bid results as presented. Company is Waco, Forest Middle, $3,580,000. Moores, Boonesboro Elementary, $1,497,000. Waco for Montvale Elementary, $1,803,000. Bedford Elementary, $2,411,000. Thomas Jefferson Elementary, $2,596,000. Goodview Elementary, $2,512,000.
Okay, I have a motion by Mr. Hill. Do I have a second? Second by Mr. Daniels. Time for discussion.
So, yeah, my discussion, I thought we had already put these in except for TJ and Goodview.
Yes, sir. When this was an action item several months ago, initially, we had put all 6 of those schools out to bid with the intent of doing all of those projects. When the numbers came back and we looked at the available ESSER funds and had that whole discussion, only 4 of them were able to go forward. So Forest Middle, Boonesboro, Montvale, Bedford Elementary are all nearing completion. Most of the work was done over the summer, and because of some supply chain issues and other factors, they're going to be finished up this fall. The remaining 2, Thomas Jefferson and Goodview Elementary, were not able to be funded at that time. In the meantime, additional funds have come our way from the state. We've had further time to analyze the need for ESSER funds. The Facilities Committee and the Budget and Finance Committee have met to discuss both the funding and the need for the projects. There was a big need for these to get done last time, and the need is only worse now. We've had a very humid start to school. We've seen air moisture issues and air quality issues in both schools, and in order to provide enough lead time to get this work done next summer, that's why we felt like we could revisit those initial bids with a couple of tweaks here. Waco has agreed, and they were the low bidder on both those 2 remaining projects, to honor those prices they gave us for their labor and for that portion of the contract. Because we were doing the owner direct purchase anyway of the equipment, we would, they just hadn't gone back to check the prices on those, whether they were low or higher or the same. We would be doing that separately anyway, and so that could be removed from the bid. And the roof can be bid separately as well. So really, they're agreeing to honor their overhead and labor costs and all of those costs in the project. And if the board approves a bid, that's what you're really approving. We'll go after the owner direct purchase, save that sales tax money, and purchase the equipment ourselves, and then bid that roof out. There doesn't need to be quite the lead time on that as there does for that big mechanical equipment.
So you're asking for approval up to these dollar amounts?
I don't know what the overall dollar amounts will be. What your approval will allow is for us to go into to deal with the contract with them. We certainly know that we don't have unlimited funds here, and we're going to approach that figure overall if we can. We're just uncertain of that, and we certainly will keep our facilities committee updated on the progress there. And of course, if we do that roof bid separately, that'll have to be approved by the board anyway, and those big purchases as well. So there are going to be some other steps here. This just gets us moving forward so we can get equipment ordered, and so that we don't run into going into next fall and next winter without this work having been done.
One last question. The 2 units that we're approving for Thomas Jefferson and Goodview, they will not be the same as what we have at Manita Elementary, correct?
They don't have those in-room units. They have it's a water source heat pump unit, so they have they have a big chiller outside and lots of little ones in the roof, but no, it's not the same.
I just wanted to make sure because I knew Manita had shared some noise issues, and
I
know you guys are still working on that, but I
that's
just want to make sure we're not approving for those units going forward. So that's all I had, Madam Chair.
Any further discussion? Okay, and I'm assuming the motion and the second still stand? Okay, with that being said, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Let's move on to, oh goodness, I took my glasses off. The school board, school resource officer state grant agreement. Mr. Hill, I'm going to put you on the spot again, please, sir. And if you would read the grant outline, read the numbers that for the matching part is stated in the memo.
Second. All right, I'm just going to start with the grant. The grant outlines the following matching requirements over the next several years. It is important to note these grant funds only cover salaries and benefits and not the equipment needed for an SRO to fully function. Year 1, fiscal year 23, $0 local match, state pays 100%. Year 2, fiscal year 24, up to $326,480 local match. Year 3, fiscal year 25, up to $326,480 local match. Year 4, fiscal year 26, up to $326,480 local match. Year 5, fiscal year 27, and thereafter, $1,042,356, which is 100% locally funded.
Okay, and you're making a motion that we approve this?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I have a motion by Mr. Hill. Do I have a second? Second by Mr. Nelms. Any discussion?
Question.
Yes, ma'am.
So, Mr. Hagler, with this, since the Board of Supervisors said that they believe we should pay 75%, so that's 75% of the $326,480, which would be approximately $244,860 each year.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is that something for the next 3 years? We won't even talk about year 5 there. Is that something that we can, I'm going to use this word loosely, absorb in our budget without too much fret?
If the sheriff accepts this and the school board and also the Board of Supervisors moves forward with this, if they hire all 14 officers, then that will be something we'll have to deal with in the budget. This would be on the sheriff's budget, not ours. So that would mean that probably the way this would function is our funding would get cut and shifted over to the sheriff's office for this.
Is that something that do you think we could handle?
Hard to tell at this point.
I knew you
State
were
budgets
gonna
still
say that.
decide
I knew you were
ADM.
gonna
There's
say
a
that.
lot that can happen between now. We haven't started next year's budget, but once you go forward with this, then we'll have to. Once again, it will depend on whether all 14 are hired at one time, if they can find them all. So it may not be this would be the highest amount.
Right, he's concerned about being able to find
Because they've got to
14.
find them just like we find
Right.
teachers, they got to find officers.
Right.
So it may trickle in a little bit slower, so that would have to be worked out with the county. But per their discussion, and from what I've heard, since the resource officers would be in the schools part of the year, and then they would use them during the summer, 75% of the cost would be ours. They would pick up the rest, and the sheriff's office said that they would pick up
Uniforms and that.
the cost of outfitting
Right.
the officers. So it is a significant cost for the county, the sheriff's office, and us to do this, and we'll have to all build it into our budgets in the future.
Dr. Joyce coming up to the podium.
If you don't mind, I'll just add on to what Mr. Hagler's just said. I think this also is planned to be a large part of the discussion at a joint meeting in October between the two boards, which is, of course, prior to the next budget cycle. So I think there's certainly an opportunity for the school board to talk with the Board of Supervisors about that funding level, where it should come from, how it should be worked out, along with CIP and other, and other needs that need to be discussed.
Well, Madam Chairman, a very wise educator, one of my teachers once told me that nothing trumps the safety and security of our children, nothing. I've always lived by that. I know it's kind of cliche, but I think we have to find a way to make this work so that there is an SRO in every school.
Dr. Mealy, we agree on something.
All right.
Imagine that. Please, applause. I just have one question just for my own, for clarification, please. Mr. Hagler, this $1,042,356 for the 100% match, this is based on the, or 100% locally funded. this is based on full SROs, correct? So if we got the SSOs, the retired deputies coming in, the potential for that to be less is there?
Could be less than that. I mean, that would be for the sheriff's office, and I don't know if there's a differentiation in what they pay there. I think what was explained to me that an SSO would be only employed during the school year. So that 75-25 split is really null and void at that point. We'd pick up the entire cost because they're only going to be employed while school's in session. I don't know the difference in what the two can do. I think that's further discussion that this board and the Board of Supervisors and the Sheriff's Office can have. The cost to us when it's 100% was based upon current salaries. Salary's going to change, but about $780,000 we'd have to look at, and that would come in the 26-27 budget year.
We're potentially looking at a lot more than this.
Probably escalate as, salaries go up, and you don't know what year or how much experience somebody's going to come in with. Just like with our teachers, you could hire a first-year teacher, a 15-year teacher. It can vary. So this is an estimate. So roughly an $800,000 thing that we're going to have to plan out for 4 years out in our budget. And I know part of the discussion with the Board of Supervisors will also be reversions staring us down too about this same time, which is a significant amount of money. So there's a lot of things that we've got to deal with coming up pretty quickly.
And I understand that, our children's safety is priceless. We don't need another Sandy Hook. We don't need another Uvalde in Bedford County. We need to do the very best we can to protect our kids at all costs. And I do hope that somewhere along the lines, we can come up with some help with this money later on down the road, because if I'm not mistaken, won't this hit about the same time that we lose the reversion money?
Probably a year or two before.
Yeah, so we're looking, our projections are kind of bleak ahead, but like I said, this is priceless and invaluable, so we have to move forward. I have a motion and a second on the floor. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. It was brought to my attention that I skipped item 4.01. Dr. Woodford?
I thought maybe you got tired of me. Just sat me
Well,
down.
no, I'm just kidding.
The Intergovernmental Affairs Committee recently met on August the 23rd to review proposed revisions to 9 policies. I would like to highlight just a few, just to make you aware of some more significant changes. The rest are just updates to Code of Virginia and updates to new laws. The GBEH staff dress code. We're recommending that this policy be deleted since the dress code for staff has now been incorporated into the employee handbook that all staff are required to annually verify receipt of and that they've reviewed. So our recommendation is to delete that policy. GCBDC, sick leave donation. We've added some changes to the policy language to allow for donation of leave to a specific designated employee. Additional language was added to expand eligibility outlined by the Family Medical Leave Act to include maternity leave. IGAE/IGAF, health education and physical education. There's a new requirement that any physical education class offered to students in grades 7 and 8 include at least 1 hour of personal safety training per school year. So we'll update our curriculum guides to match that policy. Also, IGAJ for driver's education. We've added policy language to include a new parent component to classroom driver education, and it requires that the driver's education program include an additional minimum of a 90-minute parent-student training to our driver's education curriculum. And then the last one I'd like to bring your attention to is JFCJ. extra/co-curricular participation. We added middle school sports because we had added middle school sports to our county. We just need to update the policy. And the second is an update to medical release requirements for participation in extracurricular or co-curricular activities when a student is out on homebound. So
Dr.
if,
Woodford?
yeah, have any questions?
These will be the ones that are coming back up.
These are information, and
For
they'll
next
come back
month,
for
correct.
action next month. And Mr. Daniels and Mr. Hill, as well as staff, if you have any questions for us, we're happy to try to answer them. Or
Any questions for Dr. Woodford?
Just have one for policy. Is it IGAJ of the 90-minute parent-student training curriculum? What's all involved in that?
Mr. Trosper may need to help me on that. Yeah, so one of the things we did learn, because Dr. Trosper called the State Department, it is 90-minute required parent-student. If the parents choose not to attend, the student still has to have it. I think it's distracted driving. A lot of what the judge goes over, examples of what could happen if students are driving distracted, what parents have the authority to do as far as removing a driver's license from a child, and that they also have the right to remove the keys from the child. So again, helping parents understand what their rights are, and also the laws around how many passengers you can have when you're a first-year driver, if those passengers can be family. So all of those laws that parents may not be aware of, so that's part of that education. We're going to be sending a letter home to parents very soon. So Dr. Trosper said we're going to send a letter home to parents so they're aware of what's being added to that.
Any further questions? Looks like you're off the hook right now.
Okay.
Next, the superintendent's report.
Yes, ma'am. Have several things to celebrate. Want to say congratulations to Jefferson Forest High School on their 50th anniversary. The school had a celebration of the past, present, and future to celebrate this milestone. The celebration last week included an arts night, special events at the home football game, a color run, an open house carnival, a gala, silent auction, and a golf tournament to wrap up the extravaganza. Congratulations to the school for 50 years of serving our students. As you know, the first day of school was Monday, August 15th. We've had an excellent start to the school year. Dr. Bergen was able to visit each school during the first week. We are truly excited about the work of our staff and the learning that is occurring in our schools. All of us certainly look forward to the great things that will happen in Bedford County Public Schools throughout this year. Patriot Day, also called 9/11, is an annual observation to commemorate those who were injured or lost their lives during the September 11th, 2001 terrorist attacks. It is also a time to give thanks to all the brave first responders who risked their own lives to save others. As we look ahead to Sunday, we want to recognize those who lost their lives and all the families impacted. We also want to recognize and send our sincere appreciation to all of our first responders who serve our country and strongly contribute in making Bedford a wonderful place to live. Here are this month's 3 things to know. Interim reports for the first 4 weeks of school were sent home with students today. Is that correct? Yes, sir. Okay. I'm reading the script. We're glad to know. We are very excited. Number 2, we are very excited that we can come together for Little Feet Meet on September 29th from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. at Liberty High School. We haven't held this event for the past 2 years. Feet Meets are a way for preschool and elementary schools to engage students with and without intellectual disabilities during a training session and culminating in Feet Meet. The Little Feet Meet is for preschool and elementary children to help them reach critical developmental milestones through weekly sports training. There are skill stations for preschool students, lead-up track events for students in grades K through 2nd, and competitive track events for students in grades 3 through 5, offered to accommodate all ages and skill levels. And finally, we are very excited to say that our new HVAC program at Susie G. Gibson, right here at Science and Technology Center, is up and running. We currently have 12 students enrolled and are looking forward to seeing the program grow in the future. A ribbon cutting ceremony will be held on October 11th, and we will also highlight our other CTE programs offered at Susie G. Gibson Science and Technology Center. And with that, Madam Chair, that concludes our celebrations and recognitions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hagler. We sure do appreciate it. Okay, moving on to 11.01, committee reports. Let's start with Ms. Hairston, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So let me find my notes, sorry. The Laurel School Board held a meeting on August the 31st at 10 o'clock at the Laurel School. And the primary focus of the meeting centered really around providing us with updates on personnel and enrollment reports, and also the calendar for this school year. The board also approved the reorganization of the Laurel School by voting in a new chairman. Dr. Scott Miller will now be the chairman, and I passed that baton to him for the 22 through 2024 school year. And also Dr. Robert Johnson is the superintendent in charge now. Dr. Sharon Carter will serve as our vice chair, and Dr. Donna Lewis will continue as the clerk of the board, and Susan Landis will also be the deputy clerk. And our next meeting will be held on December the 7th at 10 o'clock at the Laurel School. And they got off to a really great start, it's my understanding. So the facility committee met on August the 26th. Mr. Hagler shared with us the finance committee had met and talked about the HVAC systems at Thomas Jefferson and at Goodview, though that was discussed today, of course. And so he just kind of gave us an update on it, and the facility committee, after listening to Dr. Duas and other members of his committee share with us their concerns. We had, I think, a very in-depth conversation and regarding it, but the facility committee, we did agree that we needed to support that particular funding for the HVAC systems. We also received updates on various projects, and of course there's been some delays with parts and things like that. We also toured the school administration building, and I can say that each of us as board members, we can be really, really proud of the decision that we made to address the problems of the aging building and providing all of the new safety and just the upgrades that we have made to that building. It's a safe environment for our staff and employees to work in now. And I have to admit, it's really beautiful. It is just so beautiful. I think my favorite part is the restoration of the wooden floors in some of the offices. Just to see that, you know, I got sort of emotional just kind of thinking about the other students years ago, many years ago, those students who attended there, they walked on that particular floor, that actual surface. So for me, it was very emotional. I can get that way at times. I do have a little bit of a soft heart when it comes to those things. I just think that our community as a whole can be really proud of this building. It's a significant historical building, and to take care of it for years to come and for it to be such a pride in our community. I applaud all the board members who voted in support of it, and for the committee and the team that's working to achieve those goals. Thank you so much. I also attended both public information sessions that were held at JF High School and also Otter River Elementary School regarding our rezoning proposal that the facility committee has for some time been, that we've brought to you all. We've discussed about the rezoning. I've spoken to each of you regarding it, our proposal. I'd like to thank the parents who attended. I thought we had a good turnout. particularly just knowing that it was open house. It was a very busy time, but we had a good turnout, particularly at Otter River. We had quite a few parents who showed up, and I just want to applaud them for just the candid conversation that we had, the open communication, them really expressing their concerns, and also providing us with suggestions. We had a really good discussion. And of course, the facility committee, when we met on August the 26th, we did discuss our next step. What are we going to do next? And so that next step is going to be a public hearing, and we want to target this public hearing to be conducted sometime in December. So we're looking at December as the potential date for the public hearing. I would encourage all board members, if you haven't already, to review the Wednesday memo dated August the 31st. If you take a look at that, if you haven't already, you're going to be able to see and read the parent comments. We've had a number of parents who have expressed their concerns, who have written us notes and letters, and so I think it's important that each board member take the time to read those comments as we move forward in our decision making for the rezoning. And also reach out to Mr. Holbrook and myself if you have any questions. So, Madam Chairman, that's all that I have.
Thank you, Ms. Harrison. Dr. Mealy?
Yes, I would like to start by thanking everyone involved. I guess I'm going to piggyback on Ms. Harrison's comments earlier in our meeting about the SBAR. I just wanted to...
Is this for your committee?
Oh, sorry, no.
These are your
I'm
committee
lost.
reports.
Yeah, we don't have any committee reports. It's already been reported.
Okay, so
Thank you.
you have no comments for facilities?
I really am present, just not right now.
Okay, that's fine. You are, you're fine. Mr. Hartworth, do you have any committee report? Mr. Hill?
Gov School, we met yesterday. We did review the fiscal year 22 audit. It is not finalized. Everything looks good. Tuition enrollment report. We currently pay $4,700 per student at that Gov School, and the director gave us a notice yesterday that not next year, but the following year, so a 2-year notice that it does look like they will be going up for those. So did not give an amount, but just FYI that dollar amount will be going up. STEM Academy, we had our meeting last week, or the week before, excuse me. We had one seat that was not filled by another county, and so we were able to get that seat, and one of our Bedford County Public School learners was able to take that slot and be at the STEM Academy. So I was glad we were able to fill that. IGA, next meeting is September 26th. You guys correct me if I'm wrong on that, but I had it for Monday, September 26th. Is that right? Okay. And we will bring another 8 to 10 policies to review. So that's my committee.
Mr. Hill? Mr. Nelms, do you have anything? Mr. Daniels, do you have any committee reports?
Yep. We met at the SEAC on August 18th. Kelly Jennings was there with me. We discussed some marketing and some community events that we'll be putting on throughout the year. Had a nice one at the end of last year. Had a lot of vendors there. Good resources for parents and for kids. We also reviewed the results of a survey that they did towards the end of last year, just seeing how we can get better, things that we're doing well. They surveyed teachers and staff and also parents with that, and also discussed some ideas about some fundraising and any grant ideas to try to develop more special needs playgrounds throughout the county. We meet again, I think, September 22nd, and that's the report.
Okay. So now we'll start off with you for comments and concerns.
Pretty long-winded, so. I appreciate when we were talking about all the test scores today and the emphasis that I feel was put in to not just get to a certain level of proficiency, but also like just striving for excellence. I think that we don't want to be in the middle. We want to be at the top. That's what our expectation is, and it's good to see that that's what the expectation of staff is as well. I just kind of talked about it with SEAC, but with the sale of the park up the road, I would hope that the town would look to do some sort of upgrades, and I think that based on comments from members of the SEAC and throughout the community, them looking into maybe some sort of special needs access and equipment would probably be a good thing for them to take a look at. Park centrally located, it makes sense for a lot of people in the county. I think that the public may see certain times that up here things may get a little heated and that we're not always all smiles. I think that I can speak for everybody by saying we're all passionate about our districts, and what the public doesn't see is a lot of the private sessions and the kind of behind the scenes stuff where we do get along, we do work together, and we work independently. We work well together, I think. I'm pretty sure that the Continental Congress, when they were debating issues, I'm pretty sure it got heated there as well, but we're a better country for that, and I think that we'll be a better county for it as well. I think iron sharpens iron. We all have different experiences, and we definitely want to just make a positive impact for the community. A lot of people, you've heard and you've seen that there's I think a lot of people in the community have a lot of good ideas. We always encourage these fresh ideas. However, when certain ideas come up and people ask if we read things on Facebook and different comments, I, for one, don't really read them or engage in them. We have to remember that when it comes to our kids, we want to model our behaviors for them, both in person and online. So if you have feedback, questions, or concerns, just reach out to us. I think we're all here to serve, but let's do it respectfully. We have to understand: are we trying to stir up a problem, or are we trying to solve the problem? After all, after these board meetings and elections and everything like that, we have to work together as a community. I think I've said it many times, and other board members have said, I think we agree more than we disagree. I guess sometimes the disagreements get the ratings. Finally, I'm happy to say that along with other board members and Dr. Bergen, we fulfilled part of our teacher resolution with under the on-site visitation section, and we visited some schools. I was at Liberty High School, Liberty Middle School, Otter River, Jefferson Forest, and Manita. It was several days filled with tasty treats, teacher conversations, and great feedback. It was great to see the kids firsthand. After last year, I think we took for granted seeing the students' smiles. Each school, as the kids these days say, were a VOD. It felt lighter in them. The halls were filled with optimism. I was most impressed by how organized and prepared the teachers were. I know there are many late nights with your friends and family helping pitch in to get your classrooms ready. We see you, and we see the difference that you can make in creating a great start to the year for the students. Thank you for taking the time to prepare and have a successful entry for our children. A big shout out has got to go to the principals in these schools. I'm sure that what I witnessed is happening elsewhere in the county as well. What I witnessed was a ton of high fives, smiles, pounds, and hugs given out. The principals knew their students' names. To Principals Wilson, Tucker, Lee, Moore, and Graham, thank you for that. I know that we preach that we hold kids accountable, but sharing in their victories and letting them know that you care is just amazing. I think that's what they really need to learn of how to interact socially, understanding that people genuinely care about them. The kids that came up to these principals and teachers, they care. They want to show that they'll be successful, and they will take it to heart if they ever let them down. Overall, it was amazing to see. It is the reason that I wanted to get involved here, to have a positive impact. And because of that, I will never take this position for granted. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Daniels. Mr. Nelms?
Just short and sweet. As a product of this beautiful school and trades, my heart goes out to Miss Sheldrake, who spoke earlier about her kid not being able to attend the new electric program, well, the existing electric program because of tuition issues. I think as a board we need to do what we can do to try to help them out as much as possible with funding, because I mean we need those trades to stick around, and kids like that, they're passionate about it. So with him, having that opportunity, we need to see what we can do to make sure he gets that chance at this program here. Also, prayers for her because she's going through breast cancer, and so I understand the cancer stuff. And then I'm going to piggyback off of Ms. Harrison. That was the first thing I noticed in the administration building was the floors. I really like that gray and white, that contrast there. It was beautiful. And then, of course, the refinishing of the old hardwood. That was one of the things that caught my eye as soon as I walked in. I said, I like that floor. So thank you for that comment as well. So that's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Nelms. Mr. Holbrook?
Yeah, I was going to echo Mr. Nelms on the vocational school. You know, I think we need to look into that and see, you know, Ms. Sheldrake made a very good point that, you know, they've spent $35,000, which is a little less or right at half of what the teacher would have gotten paid. So why not, you know, some of these students that were signed up, and because I've heard from several students or parents of students that were very disappointed that it got canceled. You know, some of them went to HVAC, but, you know, some of that's not for everybody. So I think we definitely need to look into that and see what we can do. And yeah, I would have to say I did not vote for the administration building, but it does look good. So I would have to say that. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Holbrook. Dr. Mealy?
Yes, so now that we're talking about comments and concerns.
Yes,
right?
now is the time for your
Just
comments,
saying, I
please.
just want to make sure I'm in the right place. I just want to thank, you know, piggyback off of Mrs. Hairston earlier in our meeting about that, and give a shout out and lots of thanks to our intervention design specialists, our staff, and our principals. Ms. Harrison and I, from day one when we got on board, wanted some mental health supports. I think this program allows, and we asked for forever, and it finally happened, and this program allows for meaningful accountability while keeping our children in school. And I want to thank Ms. Robertson. Again, I know I've thanked you once, but I think all of your championing and developing this program, and the ID specialist has just been outstanding. I think it's a unique program and certainly is helpful to our students and our staff. So I can't say enough about it, and all the people who participate in it. Every month I say that I appreciate the teachers and staff, but I don't think it can be said enough. Thanks to all of you for making sure that our school year got off to a good start. You have had mountains to climb in the last couple of years, and you have done it so well. Please know that you are very, very appreciated, and that I think of you often. I pray for you all because you have a mountain to climb, and I know you can do it. We keep asking a little bit more, and you keep giving even more. So just thank you so much for all of your work. I too just want to say a quick congratulations to JF for their 50th anniversary of 50 years of serving the community. I think that's great. And I mean, I have to say the floors too. In the administration building. It's really, if you haven't been in there, just like what everybody else said, it's really pretty. It's just so welcoming. It's one of those buildings, having worked over there, it was kind of really dark and dank and not a really inviting place. And when you went in, I never really understood how much a place could impact how you felt about your job until I worked in those buildings, and you just didn't always want to be there. So it's just beautiful now, and I agree it has historical value to this community, so I'm so glad we went ahead and did that. And that's all I have.
Dr. Mealy, Ms. Harrison.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chairman. So again, I just want to applaud all of the teachers and the staff and everyone here, you know, our executive staff members. Thank you for a great start to this new school year. And I know, like Dr. Mealy has said, it isn't easy. And so I applaud you, each and every one of you, for all of your efforts and your hard work. And also our teachers and our students. I'm just super excited about this school year. I'm looking forward to hearing all about the wonderful things that our students and our teachers and all will participate in, and the continued academic success that I believe our students will receive. Also, congratulations to JF High School for your 50th anniversary. That is really just fantastic. So congrats to you all as well. Again, I want to just simply say that I am concerned regarding some of our elementary class sizes. I think that it is very important that we address this matter. I've talked about it already. I'm not going to go over that again, but it's so very important that those formative years, those foundational years, are crucial to our students' future success. And so class size, it matters. It matters greatly. We've heard from many parents. I've heard from lots of people in the community, and we had a parent here tonight, or a grandparent, to address that with us. And so I would just ask every single board member to strongly, strongly consider and support what your constituents are saying regarding these elementary school size classrooms. And for Mrs. Sheldrake, I've known Cindy, we go way back, long before you were even a parent. You were a teacher at Stanton River Middle School. And I was an administrator there. And I've always held nothing but the highest esteem and respect for you and your family. And for Caden, there is a special place in my heart for him. And I've got a pretty big heart because there's lots of spaces for lots of students over the years. But I would ask that the board, that we, at our next board meeting, that we bring this as an informational item or an action item. I don't care where we need to put it, but we need to strongly, strongly bring this before the board, discuss it, and we need to grant this young man and future students the tuition cost to cover this electrician class. We need electricians. We need them. It's a very important and viable occupation. And so if other divisions that are smaller than our division, if they are funding and providing this, then why can't we do that? We should be able to do that. So I don't know, Madam Chairman, you tell me what I need to do or what we should do in terms of moving this forward for the board to consider it. And prayerfully, we will approve it. That's all that I have.
And I'm going to address your question. Several months ago, we had Mr. Crumpecker come and present to us about potential scholarships for the CTE at CVCC. I can't remember what was said then while we didn't provide those, or do we provide scholarships?
We have not. We have some of the largest groups in our early college program, our governor schools, and we've never put it in our budget. We have talked about offering some scholarships, but it has to be a budget item. There were several students who we had to ask because our teacher quit and we couldn't find a teacher to consider the HVAC program. We are funding our seniors because without us funding our seniors, they'd had their junior year, they wouldn't get their certifications. So we did fund them in the CTE Academy. It's not a one-year commitment, it's a two-year commitment. And I think it would be a commitment we would make to multiple students. And I would also like to say, I think you also have 104 early college parents who might have the same concern because we don't pay that tuition. I mean, I think all of those things are big budget items that we would have to discuss and look at all of our programs that, you know, we can and can't fund just because of restrictions. Like our early college, we don't do that tuition, but we have 104 students in that program. Other districts don't have as many students. So,
With that being said, and I know you already have a lot on your plate, and I understand I ask a lot of you, and I really do appreciate everything that you do. Could you and Mr. Hagler work together on potentially letting us know how much this would cost?
can you be more specific about what this is? Like,
give us a rough idea of,
are we talking
say,
about one
offering-
student, or are we talking about all
possibly
students?
offering scholarships?
Oh.
Because if we do for one, we have to do for the other. So find out, let us know what the cost would be, and then possibly develop some parameters.
Are we talking about for future years?
For future.
Okay, because
Okay.
I think we had already talked about that for the budget from the instruction team,
Right.
considering some things like that. I think if there's something you want to do specifically for a program that's already started,
It's kind of hard to make it
It's hard to go
retroactive. I
back
get that
and-
at this point.
Mhm.
But do we have scholarship guidelines, and is there any way that we can potentially establish a need-based, especially scholarship program?
I think if the-
For both programs?
if the board wants us to look at that in the budget, then we would look at what we have as far as budget. What do we cut? What do we move? What do we, I can say it's on our list of things to consider,
Mhm.
because we have heard the need.
Mhm.
But we can, we can do it for the budget coming up.
And
Right.
and I hate to, I know we've approved spending, and we don't have any income. But could we at least be presented with numbers, Mr. Hagler, just kind of a ballpark idea?
I think this has been discussed by the board in the past as, with the Gov School, dual enrollment, also early college, STEM Academy. There's some things that we're charging fees for, and students and parents bear the cost of that. I think it'd be a good time to look at all of that, and and what are those fees that parents are having to pay, and then how much would that be for the board to pick up? I believe this is an instance where it's almost like early college, where for this one class or what have you going there, it's similar to our early college students that we really help with the books, but we don't help with any of the cost on that. With dual enrollment, I think they pay about 25% of the cost. We paid 75% of that.
And I think that one of the things that we kind of know looking at budget for these programs, we try to offer a lot of variety, and with that variety comes less of ability to pay. And I think that's why some school divisions, they don't offer as many opportunities, such as the dual enrollment at the school level. And so, they have some additional funds, and we can compare ourselves to other school divisions and report back to you. But
We'll work together.
we'll work together
and bring
and we can
something.
definitely do some
And
scholarship.
when you're talking to other divisions, especially see if they have a need-based scholarship. And and if we could develop something like that, especially for emergencies as opposed to a whole process. Is that about right, what we're looking at?
Madam Chairman, if I may just clarify what my request is. I certainly know that we're looking at the bigger picture, and we're looking at what we're doing for other students and other programs, but I'm speaking specifically for one student and the electrician program that he's in. He is a junior. He's a junior. This program, I believe, is, correct me if I'm wrong, is it a 2-year program?
It is.
And he is a junior. Again, I asked the board to allow us to bring this back and take action on it and allow this student who is a junior to continue to participate in this program with the county or district funding the cost at $5,000.
Can I just say, it's not a continuance of the program. That's why we didn't offer funding to the juniors, because they hadn't started the electricity program. So that was for kids who were entering the electricity program. We offered them spots in HVAC, other programs that we had.
But the teacher left, did she, you couldn't, the teacher is
The
no
teacher
longer-
left,
Right,
yes,
right.
unexpectedly, and we searched and couldn't find someone. If the board is asking us to bring that back, I would say I would like to bring back the cost for all the students who couldn't be in that. I mean, I think it's, I wish we could support all of them, and but the program has started, so I need some direction from the board, because if you wait another month, and, I mean, are we, I'm trying to get some.
Because, I mean, I understand, and I can honestly sympathize with Ms. Sheldrake and her dilemma, and I get that. But also, too, I'm sure that there are other students in the county that need the same opportunity. And ones that, you know, luckily Ms. Sheldrake was brave enough to come here and speak to us and ask us for help. But there are some that don't know how to come here and ask us for help. Why, and again, with all due respect to Ms. Sheldrake and her family, but why does that family have priority over the other ones?
No,
Have
yeah.
7 or 8 students in that electric program that were coming. Let's go ahead and pay for all of them to come. Because, I mean, they're the ones that are interested in taking that program.
They were signed up.
If they were signed up, we should help them out to, I mean, they're pursuing a career.
At least this 1 year, and hopefully
Yes.
by
Right.
next year have a
And-
teacher here.
Exactly.
Well, if,
Could you get us, could somebody get us numbers and at least provide it to us in a Wednesday memo within 2 weeks? Is that feasible?
we can try. I
Does
don't
this
know.
place
I mean,
the students?
there's a lot to think about, and I mean, it's a 2-year commitment. It's not a 1-year commitment. Even if we got an instructor, we would be moving them out of a program. I mean, I think it's a lot to think about, and a lot of those students did take the option of going into HVAC, so we'd kind of have to go back and see. I mean, please jump in.
Well, we've had lots of conversations with CVCC and their CTE Academy and really talked about programs they do offer and that we offer. And so we are trying to work together on that, but there's a lot to consider. Are we presenting next month with CTE updates? So I don't know if we can certainly present that too. And there's just, I think there's a lot to consider. For example, for the juniors, this year, if they go through that program, I'm not sure they're even going to need, I don't know that we can meet their needs here because that's a dual enrollment course. We don't offer that here. So, you know, I need to meet with Mr. Haas and CVCC, and we'll kind of work through that.
So then we're only talking $5,000 then?
I
For 1 year.
I don't know if that's what we're talking, because it would be a 2-year commitment, because if we pay for the first year, we would need to pay for the second year as seniors. And I don't know how many students there are in this situation, if they went on over to HVAC or.
You know, I certainly understand, and I think Madam Chairman makes a good point that there are other students. You all make a really good point concerning that, and I, believe me, get that. However, we have a parent who came here, bravely stood before us, and requested what I feel is a doable and reasonable request that we as a board should honor. And I think moving forward, we need to gather the data that we need. We need to look at potentially funding this in the future. And that's all that I'm going to say, but I think we need to move forward on this and grant this request.
Madam Chair, if we can work as a staff, we'll get something out.
Please.
Let us look, we're trying to think off the top of our heads of any hurdles or potential downfalls or other parents getting upset. So we're trying to think very quickly here, but let us explore that and get something out to the board in a Wednesday memo, and then
Please.
Then the board can make a decision on that if you'd like us to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Can you explain exactly what you're going to get out to us? Because I'm not fully understanding
Well, I
what
think
that
the
looks
instructional
like.
staff is there any other potential kids that might have wanted to go into this? It's a 2-year commitment, so some estimates on cost, so I can't even estimate that. And also that there
Your
are
comments will be here in a
other
minute.
things to consider, that we don't pay for everything, we charge fees for other things,
Right.
but there are other kids in programs at CVCC that we are not funding either. And so we're kind of, I'm putting you on the spot here, but we're actually picking one program that we're going to pay for, but we don't pay for others. So that's something the board can do, but we're going to have to write that and make sure we do that correctly. So that's the research and things I want to put together, so I protect the board, because there could be pushback on that. I just think of I think of things that could come back and a good deed, and all of a sudden other things happen, and then all of a sudden everybody's up. I don't want that to happen. I want to try to do something here, so give us time and see what we can come up with.
I'm fine with that. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Harrison. Mr. Hill?
Oh, am I going to get to comment on the previous thing first before I go to?
If this is your comment time, you can comment however you please.
I had asked to comment on the CVCC. From my understanding, it's a 1-year program at CVCC for electrical. So it's a one-time fee of $5,000. Just sharing that information. So do with it what you want. Comments from the board. Congratulations to JF and their 50 years. It was great to see Mr. Nelms and Mr. Daniels there. Thursday, it was a Thursday through Sunday activity. Thursday was about the arts and improv. Friday, football and fireworks. Saturday was color run, carnival, and taking tour of the school. And then Sunday was followed up with a golf tournament. So thank you to our community in Forest. It was a great turnout, lots of celebrating, and lots of events. Since the last meeting, in an effort to meet my commitment of visiting our schools as promised for the 40 hours per year, I do this anyway, but just wanted to mention Forest Elementary, Jefferson Forest, Thomas Jefferson Elementary, and Manita Elementary. And I'm making a commitment to make sure I get out to all of those before the end of this year. So that's all my comments.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. I'd like to start off by wishing a happy belated birthday to Ms. Harrison.
Thank you.
And I'm so glad that we were finally able to coordinate times that were compatible with both Coach Watts and Coach Zaring. When you're active in that role, you don't realize the impact you have made, and both of them have made huge, huge impacts on the young men and young people they have coached, and I truly, truly appreciate what they have sacrificed for our schools and for our athletes. The first day of school for 2022-2023 is behind us. Of course, there were a few glitches, but they seem to have worked things through now, and they're moving along pretty well. But I understand there's still ongoing issues with bus routes and having enough drivers. So I'm going to put in another one of those shameless pleas. We need bus drivers. Please, if you're interested, call transportation. We'll get you hooked up. We'll get you on the road. I sure do appreciate it. I have been advocating for several years now for a full-time maintenance crew for outside for the different zones. For those of us who have been here a while, there was an efficiency review several years ago. That efficiency review had standing enough and was thought of enough to be able to close 2 of our schools. But within that review also, it said that we needed a outdoor maintenance crew for each zone. And we need to get this happening. This happened 8 years ago that this review came out, and this has been long overdue. I understand that we are getting, we have contracted someone to mow. They weed eat the basics, but it's not near enough. There's painting to be done, weeds in the flower beds, get the grass out of the cracks of the sidewalks. That's the first impression people get of our schools is from the outside.
And my mother used to tell me you never get a chance to make another first impression. There's plenty of work to be done to keep the crews busy all year long, and it's not just seasonal. I will like to say that personally, I'm very grateful that my children are getting a wonderful public education. To quote the original teacher resolution presented, the existence and continuation of a strong and effective system of public education for all of our children is essential to a democratic system of government, end quote. And Bedford County Public Schools, quote, understands that high-performing schools are necessary to the continuing growth and the quality of life in Bedford County both today and in the future, end quote. My husband and I could have chosen to send our children to private school, but we wanted a public education for them. We wanted them exposed to the diversity and education received outside the classroom that public schools offer. Sure, I want to protect my children as much as possible, like everyone. But as my wise 15-year-old son tells me, I can't protect him forever. And I'm grateful they are exposed to different things now while they are with me, so I can offer guides to them to process their ideas and feelings. I trust the strong ethical foundation that my husband and I have instilled in them, and I look forward to them walking across the stage in a few years and receiving their Bedford County Public Schools diploma. And lastly, I debated for a long time about whether or not to say anything, but I feel something needs to be addressed. When doctors first start practicing, they take a Hippocratic oath, first do no harm. I wish we, as adults, would have to take a similar oath. I have seen the comments on social media. I have heard about things that were said in emails and phone calls regarding the latest furry situation, and I'm utterly appalled. These snide comments about putting the students on leashes, getting them their rabies shots, keeping them in cages like animals, or having litter boxes in the classroom is absolutely disgraceful. These are kids you're talking about. You're talking about someone's child. And I thought the premise behind the work that is being done is to protect the children. While I admire the work and the determination for fighting for what people believe, I strongly disagree with the latest methodology. And I strongly suggest that instead of being critical keyboard warriors, volunteer at the schools. Join the PTA, get involved, be a part of the solution, and quit adding fuel to the problems. We are the adults, we are the caregivers, we are the role models. And I ask you to ponder, what kind of behavior are you truly modeling? With that being said, do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Have a motion by Mr. Daniels. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Dr. Mealy. Motion is adjourned. Meeting is adjourned.
That's
Oh.
We all vote yes.